Hey yo, what's going on guys? Welcome to the stream. How are we doing today? It is good to see ya. We're back at it. We didn't get on yesterday because we had the, I don't know, workmen in the street messing with the internet, I think for the local school, and it just had everything all messed up. Net was up and down and up and down, and it was just pretty much impossible to stream. We did get up some videos. So, if you didn't check those out, definitely check those out. But, how we doing, guys? How are we doing? It is, it's good to see ya. We're back at it. We're going to check out more of the MSQ today. Back to the normal story. And then we're going to have another dabble at beating Harold again, while we're still E1. And then, I think soon, guys, we probably will be E2ing. We will have a stream specifically for that where we'll probably E2 a couple of units, which I'm actually looking forward to. I'm not gonna lie, I am looking forward to doing it because obviously at the moment I'm loving my E1 journey, right? I'm loving being stubborn. I'm loving clearing content that feels that little bit more difficult to do with E1, having to think outside the box, all that sort of stuff. And not saying that when I'm E2 I won't have to think outside the box. Of course, I still have a small roster as well, but you know, I'm like kind of locking myself off to a lot of the game as well, aren't I? So I can't wait to do that. It'd be like a whole new world, right? A whole new world, which I'm excited to jump into. But how are we doing, guys? Good to see you guys. If you haven't already, drop a like on the stream. Let's get it out there. YouTube have been playing up the last few days. I've been having people messaging me saying notifications they haven't been receiving. But also, like, you know, when I actually upload a video at the minute, like the videos get stuck on ad suitability clears and copyright clears. And then they clear, and then they start checking again, and then again, and then again, and then again, and it's kind of annoying. So, yeah, I think YouTube's a little bit balked at the moment, if I'm honest, but we will continue to push through, right? We'll continue to push through, but let me get chat up, see what's going on over here. Is this music too loud as well? I don't know if it's too loud. Let me bring it down a bit. That's a bit better. Let's bring it down a little bit more. Actually, let's bring it down just a little bit more. There we go. All right. Man, it's hot in my room today. I've got the AC on, but it just doesn't seem to be doing much. I've got my other AC, but it gets super loud, man. Maybe we'll do that when we get towards the gameplay section of things. We'll put the other AC on. But, what's going on? Dagger, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Fasu, Leo, Zera, welcome to the stream. Sandru, Mr. Comment. Rex, how goes it? Imagine after E2 Kitty comes back. Progress! He's made some progress. I just cooked some pasta now. I'm going to watch you yap while I eat. Let's go, let's go. Just, what you had with the pasta? What you had with the pasta? I was having a lot of pasta on holiday, actually. I'm not really a big pasta person. Not that I don't like it, I just don't find myself eating it very often. But when I was on holiday, I was having it kind of regularly, man. You know, obviously in the med, you got to eat, yeah. Yeah, I do like a little bit of pasta, if I'm honest. But yeah, I don't eat it that often. And we finally E2ing today. Not today, but soon, probably soon. What's going on as well? Welcome to the stream, Duck Lord, Minman. Welcome to the stream, guys. How are you doing? Oh my god, it's so warm in my room. My AC is just not doing anything, man. It's crazy. Sorry, I was just adjusting then, see if I can get a little bit more on me, man. I'm so warm. It's insane. Soon, all right, 2 more months, is it? No, it's probably going to be actually really soon, because it's not even just from a point of view where I think, like, I'm going to start hitting content, which I'm not going to be able to clear, which obviously I probably am, but it's more just that, like, obviously, you know, use coming. I think, is it use skill or Lappy's skill that I need, really, to take advantage of in E2? But just, like, seeing Certa's E2, seeing other units E2, and how much more the game has to offer at E2. Like, I've really enjoyed doing E1 because, as I say, it's added that extra challenge. But I do want to experience all these other things in the game as well. So, yeah, it's, you know, it's something I do want to do soon, actually. And I'm actually looking forward to it as well. It should be fun. Both. Right, yeah. So, yeah, you know, because I really do want to get you. I do want to get you. Oh, has any of you guys who play Zenly songs here, right? You know Yishuan? Is a W engine really, really necessary? I don't think I'm going to be able to get it anyway, because it's like an hour left. But, I haven't got the weapon, and I'm thinking, like, man, like, is she really good with, is she, like, still really good without it? I'm hoping she is. If any of you play, let me know, No e2l until chapter 7. Yo, what's going on, Voidkeeper? Are you down to react to the IS5 expansion trailer? I can check it out. There's a couple of videos I want to look at today. There's some stuff on Reddit I want to look at as well. And then we're gonna get into the game today and really give it a bash. But yeah, we've got a couple of videos. There's some AI videos I wanted to watch as well, because AI is just getting out of hand, right? And there's some funny videos going around. Well, I want to check out the new Terrastorian video. Of course, we have to watch that. Threats of Talos 2. There's a video I wanted to watch regarding the Hightail situation as well, because there's a lot of games I don't actually talk about on stream that I have been looking forward to. Hightail was one of those games that I was kind of looking forward to, so I want to watch that video as well and see what the deal is going on over there. And then we'll watch the Renegade video as well. We've got the NTE opening animation as well. Yeah, he's had a new video. Yeah, they put that up like 9 hours ago. I want to check that out also. And yeah, that's what I want to look at today, and then go through a couple of other little things that's on the agenda as well. And then we're going to jump into the game, man. Our engine boosts her HP a lot, but the A rank engine also works fine for her. Okay. I know Yishuan feels good without her beast. I don't know. He definitely is like really good for her, but I'm just thinking, you know, can we get away with it and just hope for a rerun, you know what I mean? And grab a W engine then. I think that's what I'm probably going to do, to be fair, because I chucked 30 quid on the game the other week. Well, when I got back for holiday, don't really want to spend any more money just to get the weapon. When I'm thinking, you know what, we'll just wait, because like I say, I'm probably going to throw a little bit of money towards Arknights, so I don't really want to spend too much on Zenlease. Plus, there's a couple of other games I've been looking to pick up. I'm thinking about grabbing Dune Awakening as well. I don't know if it's a game I'll play on stream or make content about, but it looks really good, actually. When I first started to see like videos of it, like going back a while now, I was like, I don't know if this is going to be the shizzle, but it seems like it's pretty good, man. And it's got some decent PvP at the end as well, so if I can get into like a good faction or a good guild, clan, whatever they're called in the game, we'll maybe have some fun doing that also. But yeah, I've heard really good things about it, so I think I'm going to grab that, because I was going to get Bitcraft, but Bitcraft, like, it's got some work. It's going to be free to play, so I'm like, I think I'm just going to wait till it goes free to play, right? So you can pay to get in at early access now, but people are saying that if you're off the game for like a day or two, you can lose your land claims, and I'm like, I don't want another game to feel like a job, right? I've already got enough farming and grinding to do in a bunch of games that I'm behind at the minute, along with streaming and all that sort of stuff, and IRL. I don't know if I want to add a game to that list that feels like, you know, that it's a bit of a chore to keep up on. Otherwise, I'm going to lose out to stuff like, you know what I mean? So I think I might grab Dune Awakening, actually. Yo, Daniel, what's going on? Welcome to the stream, Blue. Oh, yeah, thanks for reminding me, Persona 5 X release. I forgot it's releasing tomorrow. Yes, you can preload the game right now. Jump onto Steam. You get the game pre-installed if you want to. But, yeah, I think we're planning to play that tomorrow. That's the plan, anyway. I do really want to get around to playing some of that Mongol Star Drive as well. We might do that later with some more Do at Night Abyss if I can get on early enough. Anyway, that's the plan. That's the plan. Oh, my God, chat. Oh my God, it's so warm in my room. Ridiculous. I am literally like sweating insanely. I'm gonna have to go change my t-shirt because I've got a grey t-shirt on. The worst you can wear, right? The worst you can wear. I got a short clip of you in my recent video. Oh God, no. Is it bad? Is it bad? I'm sure it's bad, right? Yeah, we're gonna check out the video as well, Renegade. I saw that you'd uploaded. We'll have a look in a little bit. How are you doing anyway, Squire? Hopefully you're doing well. I think if you get Yishuan to around 16k HP, she's already good to use. Right, okay. Well, so does she scale off her HP then? Because I've got her, but I haven't even bothered to look at her kit. I'm not going to lie. Like, you know, obviously being on holiday, I got her back. I pulled her. I was like, we'll sort her out later. So I'm assuming she scales off her HP then. Hey, Jerry, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Hello. How are we? It's good to see everybody. So yeah, we got a few things to talk about. I am going to have to go and change. Hold up a second here, guys. Look. I decided to wear... I don't know if you can see. Oh, you can't see. I've got a grey t-shirt on. And oh my God, it's so freaking warm in my office right now. It's ridiculous, man. It's actually ridiculous. AC's on. And it ain't doing shit. It's so muggy. Like, it's so muggy. It's ridiculous. But, you know, should we get started? I'm installing too long, right? Let's do it. Let's do it. Currently molding over IS5 ending. This is a nice, relaxing background stream. Thanks. Welcome to the stream, Laura. It's good to see ya. Good luck as well. Hopefully, the molding doesn't last for too long. Yeah, she's the same as Guard 3, the higher the HP, the more damage. Okay, okay. Yishuan is kind of funny because she deals true damage of some sort, right? Yeah, I was gonna say she does look cool, man. So I do I do want to build her. I just haven't had a chance to get around to doing it, so I haven't even looked at the kit properly, if I'm honest. Obviously, it all dropped when I was away, didn't it? So yeah, dude, it's not been too bad. Like, I love hot days, right? In the UK, like, the funny thing is, there's even been these videos trending recently of like Australians and people from China and stuff in the UK actually confirming that like the heat just seems to hit different in the UK sometimes. I've just come back from Greece, right? Baking hot, plus 30, 32, 33 degrees every single day, beaming, gorgeous. Come back here, it's like 26 degrees or something, and it's just like I feel like I'm melting because it's just so thick and oh man, the air's so horrible. And obviously we have these houses that are built for you know, cold winters, so they just turn them into greenhouses in the summer. It's fucking rough, man. But it hasn't been too bad the last few days. But it's so muggy today, so muggy, it's ridiculous. You'll still think, heyo. See, like we're all right most of the year, you know, like I say, you go outside, it's lovely, I love it, you know, sun's beaming, it feels great, especially when there's a nice little breeze. Go in the house, it's just like, oh my god, it's like you can feel the air on your shoulders, you know, the hospitable lands of Great Britain, right? I know that feeling, especially in the, yeah, I can imagine in Southeast Asia as well, like, it must be wild. Yeah, I was actually surprised, because, like, I know, like, obviously, especially Americans are always like, it's like 29 degrees, oh my god, you pussies. And while they're sitting in their AC air-conditioned houses. But yeah, there's been some videos going around, like say, people from SEA, people from China, people from Australia being like, bro, this shit is no joke, man. The humidity's horrible. Like, it really is horrible. I do not miss it. Give me dry heat all day long. Like, I seem to thrive in that, I do. You know, some people don't like it because I say it, like, gets on the throat and stuff. I love it. I love it. But yeah. Anyway, enough of me bitching about the heat in typical British style. Shall we get into things? It's already 40 degrees and it feels so much worse with the humidity. It's 16 degrees here, hoping it doesn't get much. See, like, I love it, I do. Like we've had, you know, sometimes you do get decent weather in the UK. You can get plus 30, like, and I love it when it's like that. You know, if it's not humid. But then when you bring in the humidity, it's just, nothing worse than humidity, man. I hate feeling clammy and sticky. Oh, nah. You know, stick me in, like, 35 plus degree, dry heat. I'll crisp up in that, and I don't mind. But, yeah, this sort of stuff, I hate it. It's really not fun at all. Especially in the night as well. You know, like, having no AC as well. You've got the window open and just warm air's just blowing in. You're just there, just like, oh my god, when will it end? But yeah, how is everybody doing anyway, though, guys? Are you all good? Yo, Neo, what's going on, dude? Welcome to the stream. You love dry throat, though, Rhodes. Hey, grey throat. For real, I would rather have dry and hot than, yeah, dude, I hate humidity. It's horrible. And like I say, it just seems to hit different in the UK. You know, I'll try and find the video later of, like, Americans, Australians, and that being over here, and they're like, dude, it's fucking weird. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't know what. Obviously, I know it's when you're in the buildings it makes a difference, but I don't know what specifically why. Like, the humidity might even not register as high, but it just feels higher. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but it's I guess it's a bit of a sticky situation. I'm sticky at the minute anyway. I'm sure you wanted to know that. But anyway, we'll try and push on and not get too sweaty. Am I going to SawCon 2025? What is SawCon? What's that? I just fell into a trap. I've just fell into a trap in time. I just fell into a trap, Dagger. I think I've just fell into a trap, yeah. It's a miracle Black Beacon still holdings. I knew it, Dagger, fuck you. As soon as I said that, you know, I was like, motherfucker. You dickheads. Yo, hey, look, I'm melting here, man. My brain's not working properly. And I've had to put the smaller AC on because my actual AC that's good, it's too loud. I recorded a video the other day and I had to run it through Premiere Pro because every time I smoke you could see it in the background. So I've got the small AC on and it couldn't fucking cool a fridge, I'm telling you. Right now it's 80 Fahrenheit, 79 humidity, yeah. Yeah, it's rough, man. It's rough at the minute. Like I say, coming back from Greece, I love that. You know, going to an air-conned building, go outside, it's 35 degrees, sun's blazing, so, come back here, it's a bit cloudier today, and it's just like, oh my god, dude, the air's wet. The air's wet. You know? You look kind of wet today. Ain't no way you fell for it, yeah, motherfucker, man. That got me still. I thought you was being genuine at first, and then as soon as I said Sorcon, I was like, damn it. Damn it. But yeah, man, yeah. Alright. Guys, I did upload a video a little bit earlier on as well, if you haven't checked it out. Talking about Rememento. I think it's over. It's over, chat. You know, I posted this video a little bit earlier on. Definitely go check it out. I thought it was interesting, but it's over, guys. I think it's cooked, right? The CEOs come out. If I go to the actual video, give me a second. Go to the actual video. The CEOs actually followed up with a post regarding the game, saying that they've confirmed that it's happening, right? That the staff layoff is happening, and everything that we've been speaking about is true. But however, he wants to make it absolutely clear that this restructuring will not impact our continued support and operation of Rememento. I don't know how that's possible. How can you lose 70% of your staff and still put out the same amount of content in a live service game, unless those dudes were just cleaning the toilets, you know? I just don't see how it's possible. So, you know, hey, look, who knows? Maybe a company comes in and gives them loads of cash, or somebody buys them out, or something like that. I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen, though. But yeah, I think we'll be seeing very soon an announcement that Rememento is going to e2less, or it's, you know, it's just going to fade into insignificance, if it hasn't already, really, because nobody talks about the game, because they just don't market it, because they haven't got the manpower to do so, have they? So yeah, shame to see, really, because it's a game that I think is actually pretty alright, man. You know? Like, don't get me wrong, it's got its issues, but it was a game that had the bones there of some potential, maybe, you know? But alas, we are here. Do you like the Google home screen here, comment? Corporate wants you to identify the difference between Blackstorm and Bungie. Dear God, 2025 just regicide after regicide among new gacha launch treatment. Yeah, what's going on, Heinrich, as well? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's a cutthroat space, right? This is why I say, for the big guys, I've got a video actually that I've recorded, it's uploaded, it's ready to go. It's just me yapping about the future of gacha monetization, and how I am actually quite positive. I might be being naive, and I do say in the video, I've specifically tried to remove my cynicism from the thought process and look on the bright side of things. Honestly, I do think in regards to the titles that are going to do well, you know, I think the future, of course, is going to be like pretty like bad actors in the space, and lots of, you know, and it's always going to be predatory. But I'm positive about the future of monetization. I am genuinely positive about the future of monetization. It is but a scratch, right, dude? You knew it was a problem when they come out and they changed the monetization and then actually apologized and said, yeah, we did make it heavier. It's very rarely that a company will admit to making the monetization like heavier for players, and that it was unsustainable. So it's like, man, you don't usually see companies, especially in this space, getting rid of over half of their employees, or the necessity of being stable and then not going under anyway. You know, it's usually just a plaster over a profusely bleeding wound, right? It usually will just slow things for a very short time. And most companies' overheads are their employees' wages and such. I know that. So it will reduce their outgoings a lot, but it just means that the service is going to slow right down, right? So I just feel like an already dwindling player base is going to just dwindle even more. And these games run on trust, don't they? Who's going to be spending money on that at the moment? I think it's a big risk, right? To spend money on a game that you've just found out they've got rid of 70% of their workforce, and they've actively admitted that they're financially struggling. You know, I wouldn't. It's up to you guys or anybody who wants to spend their money on whatever, but it feels like it'd be throwing Good money after bad, or bad money after good, whatever the saying is. Yeah, that's Worlds. Haven't watched since I got home late due to overtime. Might check that out later. Appreciate it. Because those 70% didn't do anything, he's 30% carrying this game. Yeah, maybe, T, maybe. You never know. Next pixel replacing Miyabi wallpaper with Serta or Ascalon. Ooh. Do you know what? I was thinking about getting myself an Ark Knights, be a full-on weeb. I've got a Miyabi mouse mat here. What about getting an Ark Knights one, maybe? Yo, Virgon, welcome to the stream. How's it going? A band-aid on a bullet wound? Pretty much, yeah? Pretty much. I think when you're getting rid of that many employees, you got problems, man. Serious problems. It's like putting a bandage in an open wound. Right, though. It is, you know? It is, man. You should have gone the Guna route and bag that bank. Like, it's hard, isn't it? Because obviously they were a small company anyway. It's one of those things. Maybe the game would have done better if they'd managed to release globally at the same time. Again, I've said this before. There's a reason many of your favourite games at the moment released in CN first, because it's expensive to go global off the bat. And if you can be successful in your home territory, you can then expand, can't you? They obviously just didn't have the resources. I think, when I think about it, maybe a gacha game wasn't the right game. Maybe just going with the box price game initially. And then, or like just a free-to-play game that maybe had some microtransactions in it. And then, if they could profit and make some cash, maybe see about going into a gacha game at a later date, right? You know, maybe building up a universe from a previous game and bringing it into a gacha game. That might have worked for them. Because, yeah, I just don't think they were in the position to really make a gacha game, right? You know, these games, they take a lot of people to run them properly, don't they, really, if they're going to be successful. And I think at least more than, well, if they've got 110 employees and they're getting rid of 70 to 80, they're left with like 30 employees. That's a very small team to run a gacha game, right? Especially considering you've just soft launched globally. Doing great, saw a moth larger than my head today, so there's that. Jeez. I got a Yinling wallpaper. Only people left are the janitors. The Limbus company wrote, yeah, like something like that might have, you know, worked for them. It's obvious that, you know, it's like, I guess it's like the Tribe 9 situation, right? Some people are just not built for this space. It's incredibly cutthroat. And we're in a space now. People demand quite a lot, don't they, in the gacha space? And so be it, you know. Like, this is why I refuse to take from anybody when you're critical about a gacha game. I don't care what gacha game it is. When you're critical and people are like, oh man, why people go to Doom post and be critical all the time? It's like, bro, we're playing gambling games that make us jump through hoops half the time. You know, I'm going to be critical about it, right? Some people are just not built for the space. And I expect a lot from gacha games. I refuse to have that statement now of like, you know, it's just a gacha game, okay? So, if anything, that makes me even expect even more because they're making crap tons of money and expecting me to gamble to get stuff out of the game and maybe even pay more money than I've ever paid for a game just to get a character, you know what I mean? The release of X Asterisk wasn't as successful by Hypergryph, but they had a stable income to continue on the game. Exactly right, you know, like, you can afford to have loss leaders when you've got profitable parts of your business, can't you? You know, some companies even use that as a way to write off taxes and stuff, don't they? But, you know, if you've got profitable parts of your business, it's, you end up having like a loss leader then, don't you? Or, if that's your only business, you have a preset wallpaper. Of extremes exist in gacha games, yeah. Are you a fan of turn-based games? I like turn-based games, yes. Like, one of my favourite games ever, well, two of them really kind of go in there, is Final Fantasy 9 and Final Fantasy 12. Final Fantasy 9, oh my god, so freaking good, dude. Yeah, I used to love, well, I still like turn-based games now. Growing up, I love playing turn-based games. Hybrid Video X Ashes won't do well because it's their first paid game. They made it anyway because they're not doing it for the money. Yeah, I think I've said this before, I think that was like somewhat a bit of a research, an R&D game kind of thing, potentially for things that are going to be into, maybe like advanced in Enfield, maybe? I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. Even if you say they're not doing it for the money, Dagger, they need to somehow break even. Yeah, for sure. You don't really want to have black holes, do you? But, you know, again, as I say, some companies do use these things as a way to reduce costs of R&D, you know? If they're like, we're going to spend this much money on researching ideas for another game, let's sell that maybe recoup 20-30% of what it's cost us to do, and then we can implement the things we've learned into our other game, so it kind of like almost pays for itself in that sense, if that makes sense. I do need to Soul Blitz. I do. You should play Expedition 33. I do want to play it. That's a game I probably won't stream though. You know, like from what I've seen, like everybody I've spoke to about that game, they're just like, it's an engagement killer. You know, which is kind of weird because it's like it's right. I think it's got the highest Metacritic rating of all time. Right, that game has now. Apparently, it's amazing. But yeah, it's one of those games that I probably would play off stream just to experience it, because a game that's rated that highly, I'm like, man, I think I need to experience that properly, you know. All to myself, be selfish with it, right? All right, let's have a little look at some of this stuff in Reddit. We got some little bits and pieces going on here. Yeah, same here, man, same here. So, Infinity Nikki might be at it again. You know? It's been too long for them not to be. I don't know how true this is. I can't confirm. Obviously, I don't play the game, so I probably won't be making a video on this unless, like, I do get more confirmation. But it looks like they've dropped 3 banners with only 10 free pulls, which is insane when you think about it. But some people are saying that, like, this is how they do things anyway. And then typically, you've got people saying, you know, it's that you knew about this coming. I think some people have said rewards haven't changed that much and stuff. There's always going to be people, I guess, defending it, but I don't really know too much, if I'm honest. So to make sure I understood this, I opened my game to 3 new banners, and as best I can tell, a total of 300 extra diamonds from Gather the Glow, which is also the only new gameplay, and as best I can tell, there are no new quests. 700 from Rollick and Mirth, and 5 pulls from Allison. Is that count accurate, or am I missing something that seems unusually stingy? Yeah, you got that right. That's how they get people to spend money. Can't trick me, though. It feels generous at first. Oh, that's how gacha games get you, though, don't they? That's why it's called the honeymoon phase, right? You start a game, you're like, damn, man, I'm getting so much stuff. And then next thing you know, you're begging for crumbs. You know? You're begging for crumbs. No, it's not, though. The most generous so-fi Solo Leveling Rise always give free stuff every month. To be fair, you know what? Solo Leveling Rise does kind of throw shit at you all the time. Yeah, so, yeah, it looks like they're being stingy again, but it's Enfield, right? Like, we've got to remember, guys, this is the people who run Love and Deep Space, and the way they run their currency and gacha in that game is insane. I couldn't believe how the system worked over there. Actually, ridiculous. So, you know, who's surprised by it anymore, right? Info don't seem to give a damn. They've cornered that part of the market, and I think they know that, and I think they know that most people are probably just going to stick around because they haven't got an alternative to go to, so, you know. Alone in the dark, talking to chat. Imagine Enfield pushback launch 2026 after seeing how horrible 2025 was for gacha. I am at the point where I think Enfield's coming out next year anyway, I do. I've kind of got it in my head that I'm thinking quarter 1 of 2026, I think. That's what I think. Why give pulls at all then, right? So, you know? Apparently, Snowbreak's been continuing to screw over the content creators as well. We've reduced rewards, I think, in the content creator program or something like that. I think they were giving pulls and all that sort of stuff, and they've stopped doing it, which I guess sucks. But yeah, I didn't even know there was really people dedicating content to Snowbreak, if I'm honest. So that's kind of insane. Yeah, this is what I wanted to look at. This is what I wanted to look at, guys, because this, I think, is a question for all of us, right? I think this is a question for everybody in this space, because I think we all find ourselves from time to time thinking, why the hell do I even play these games? And this is a question from Cookcake Few 910. Why do you play gacha games? I'd like to know why you guys play gacha games as well. Seriously, when you think about it, what is it about gacha games that keep you hooked? Is it the addictive nature of the gacha? Is it the ability to have a story and an RPG, because that's what most of them are, that continues to evolve over time? Is it the live service aspect of it? Is it the anime aspect of it? Is it the waifus? Or is it a gameplay loop of particular games, which I'm sure that is a big factor for a lot of people, right? But I'm curious to see what people have got to say about that. Let's have a look. First of all, this is a genuine question. I'm not trying to poke fun at you guys or anything. I first thought about this when hanging out with some of my friends But you definitely in a gacha play. He's got friends. One of them said that they're tired of doing dailies for their gacha games. I think we all get tired of doing dailies now and again, right? This is why I've got to give a big shout out for Zenly Zone Zero in that regard. Super easy to do your dailies. And this is why I always say every game should have sweeps for materials and that sort of content. It's just, it should, right? It shouldn't feel like a chore. It should be something that you can just bash through, in my opinion. For context, they play about 3 or 4 gacha games at any given time, and then thought about, quote-unquote, boosting their account, as in paying someone to log into their account and do their dailies for them. Man, they're not even a streamer, and they want a game account manager. Wild scenes. That's when you know you've got a problem, man. Honestly, I understand it sometimes, maybe when content creators do that, right? Because they make money off the game, and they're like, I need to keep up, but I can't keep up with playing the game. I'll pay somebody to do it. Whatever your thoughts on that, I can understand the reason for doing it. But, dude, paying somebody to play your game for you is wild. I think if you're at that point, man, you should quit the game, honestly, in my opinion. Another time, we were on a Discord call at like 3 AM. Another one of my friends said that they're getting tired and was going to hit the sack. But before that, they do their daily since one of his gacha games reset at 3 AM in our time zone. Even though they were tired, when I asked why not just do them later, they answered, oh, so I can feel at ease. I don't remember the exact words, but basically, they said that they don't want the pressure of having to do their dailies later. I get that. I think we've all been tired, ready to go to bed, and then, oh shit, I just need to quickly do my dailies. I think we've all been there, right? I think we've all been there doing that. And then afterwards, you're thinking, like, what am I doing in my life? I need to go to bed. God forbid I miss out on 1/3 of a pool. You know? Those two instances started raising questions for me. Why do they continue to play their gacha games? If they're getting tired of playing them, doesn't that defeat the premise of gacha games being casual games? Why does doing dailies have the same pressure as doing homework for school? Now, personally, I'm not the biggest fan of gacha games, but that doesn't mean I don't enjoy them. Okay, I've played Reverse 1999, good game, and Wuthering Waves on launch, good game. Wuthering Waves was decent, I guess, but I remember that I enjoyed Reverse 1999 because of the story. True, good story. But eventually, I stopped playing both of them, mainly because I got addicted to Warframe. Now, I'm thinking about returning to Limbus Company. Man, this dude's kind of base with the game choices, not gonna lie. Because a long time ago, I downloaded it on Steam on a whim. Played Chapter 1, really enjoyed the dark, gritty setting of the world, realised that it was a gacha game, then deleted it. I think loads of people do that on Steam, honestly. I think loads of people on Steam see a game pop up and I'm like, oh, this looks cool, little RPG, and then find out it's a gacha game, and they're like, fuck this shit, get it off my system. What I don't really like about gacha games is mainly the pressure of FOMO, limited time events. I must admit, I get it, right. We all understand why there's limited time events to create said FOMO. Makes sense. They've got to make money. But limited time events do blow, right? Like, I think we've all been there as well, where you're like, I don't know if I want to play said game today. Or, man, the event ends in like 4 days. I better get it done. And you end up spamming through the event and you don't actually experience the event. You don't enjoy it so much because you're just rushing through it. I've done that plenty of times. And it never feels great, right? Because you know at the end, you're like, I just want that little bit of extra currency or whatever I get out of it. And Hypergryph. When I'm playing a gacha game, I feel like if I miss some of my dailies, I won't have enough currency to get to the next OP character, and I'll be stuck with my starter character. I feel more comfortable with games like Pokemon TCG Pocket and Bloons TD6 for my hit of video game dailies, since they have very little pressure. Now, I don't know the specifics, but from what my friends tell me, gacha games tend to Hypergryph their characters really fast. Hypergryph is inevitable in almost all video games, but I wish that gacha games revamp their old characters, not just a number buff like Warframe, but it feels like all their attention and budget goes to making new characters and making sure they'll sell like hotcakes. Well, of course, right? That they're not going to spend too much time on old characters because they're going to want to sell the new characters, right? But I agree. I would like to see more games do like what Zenly Zone Zero have decided to do in regards to, like, you know, reworking and buffing older units. It's good for the game in general. Might not necessarily be good for their pocket, but I suppose if they do reruns, you know, it works as well. Anyways, that's my rant. Oh, and I'm open to gacha game recommendations, preferably ones without too much boobs, like Limbus Company. Okay. All right. So, what keeps me playing gacha games? Obviously the gameplay loop, because it's a game at the end of the day. I think I do like the sort of casual aspect of gacha games, that you can dictate as much time as you want to with them, right? Obviously, if you're really wanting to grind a lot of endgame in a lot of games, you have to invest a little bit more time. That's why, like, really, at the moment, I'm not really stressing out about doing endgame in a lot of games, because you do feel the necessity to keep up with the meta, to keep up with your dailies, to keep up with characters, don't you? And I do think gacha games are best enjoyed on a super casual point of view, right? You know, if you feel like taking a few days off, take a few days off. It's hard sometimes because you get hooked into the rat race, don't you? On the wheel, of feeling like you've got to continually play. But I do like the daily aspect sometimes. I suppose like in games like MMOs and such. I do like, you know, that enjoyment of getting your little login bonus, doing your little dailies, doing little bits and pieces here and there, experience a little bit of story, and then hopping off. Events as well. I do, because like obviously you've got multiplayer games that are live services that continue to update the content, but it's nice to have like an RPG that continually updates with cool events, right? Of course, it's all down to how good the events are, but for me, I think events are a massive part of what keeps me attached to a gacha game. It's one of the reasons why Wuthering Waves kind of fell off a little bit for me, is because the events just weren't catching me so much. That's what I've got to say. One big thing about Arknights since I've started playing it. The events have been really, really fun, you know? Have been really, really fun. Not to mention a great story, great music, and just like, actually, in my opinion, some of the best gameplay in gacha gaming, which I know a lot of people will be like, that's insane. But it is, it's, I don't like tower defense games, and I think the gameplay in Arknights is fucking ridiculous. You know, the gameplay in Wuthering Waves is great as well. Zenly Zone Zero is good as well, in my opinion. And you know what? I've got to admit, I was kind of pleasantly surprised by Do It Night Abyss gameplay. It's very clunky still. It's still, well, I say very. It needs work, right? It needs a bit of work. But I think I kind of like Do It Night Abyss. We're going to stream some more of that later as well. Yeah, I do think events are a big thing for me. Endgame, not so much usually, because I think most gacha games endgame kind of isn't that great. You know? So yeah, I think events for me, and I've got to admit, I'll be honest, I think the act of actually doing gacha as well is an enjoyable aspect of these games for me. I'll be honest, right? You know, I'm a person who, I get a kick out of loot boxes. I don't gamble IRL at all. I've betted on, like, I've played the lottery a few times, and I've betted on dog racing once. Like, I don't gamble. I don't go to bookies. I don't do any sort of gambling. But I do enjoy the aspect of doing pulls. I do. You know, I do enjoy the aspect of doing pulls in a gacha game. It feels good when you get a win right. And obviously, it sucks when you don't. Now, these are the worst parts of the game, of course. And this is what these companies bank on. Gotta be honest. You know, I've got to be honest. I think there's a lot of gacha games out there, yeah. You know, if they remove the gambling aspect of pulling for characters, I think they'd fail. And I don't mean just because, well, they wouldn't be... Let's say they make money elsewhere and it's profitable. I think a lot of people would stop playing them. Honestly, I do. I really do. I think a lot of people would stop playing them. I think there's a lot of people out there that are unwilling to accept the actual gacha part of the game is a little bit of a thing that keeps them there. So yeah, I'd say for me, events is a big part of it. Probably the biggest part of what keeps me playing a gacha game, if I'm honest. Because if it wasn't, I'd just go play a normal RPG, you know? Which I do like to play. But yeah, I think events are a big part of it for me. You heard Pix Woo fell off. Cancelled. Playing gacha games for world story music. Fairs. Stop gambling through gacha games. Start gambling in real life. Yo, Easy, what's going on, dude? Dustin, how's it going? Limbers, ew. Limbers Limbillion. Gacha games to Warframe. Playing gacha games to... Oh, yeah, I've just read that. Is it just me as a volume weak? I'm already at max volume, but the stream is weak. It shouldn't be. Is it okay for everybody else? I'm not really a hardcore gamer, but Ark Knights just stuck with me. Continuous development and generosity. Yeah, I've got to say, like, one of the big things for me, I think why I've been really loving Ark Knights is a myriad of things, but the events, they always seem to do really well. Or they feel really good for me, you know? They actually feel different. They make you play the game in a different way. They're rewarding, insanely rewarding. in comparison to something like Wuthering Waves. Now, I do need to get back on Wuthering Waves because I've got this like TCG game at the moment, yeah, where it's like an auto battler thing. That looks actually interesting. I want to check that out. I have 10 pools in a dream. For me, I play gacha games since 13 years old because I can play games on phone, much more accessible than the game system on computer. Also, game is free to start, so I don't need to top up in stream. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I get that. I get that. That's the same for a lot of people as well, Mackay. Gacha turns sex addicts into gambling sex addicts. True, right? True. The volume is a bit lower than usual, I think. Is it? Shouldn't be. I don't know. I don't know. I'm at max volume, but it sounds like it's at 50%. It's gameplay and price for me. Actually, I don't have the cash to buy games at all. It's easier to invest into a game that asks for your time rather than your money. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. More Arknights glazing pics confirmed to be low light shill. I was going to spend 300 pools, but instead I see apple pie banner, and then I'm going to spark with Stell from that. Renegade shared low light seed. That's why the audio's good. I was going to say I haven't messed with anything anyway, so it shouldn't be any lower than usual. But I have people commenting on videos sometimes saying like, "Bro, your volume's low," and I'm like, I record the audio and I even turn it up in Premiere Pro half the time. You know, I don't know. I don't know. Check the channel, just an Arknights shield talking crap about who are. What's that? Oh, I had a comment like that on my my video the other day. My hearing's getting worse and I put on like 80%. I fucking know then, man. I can turn it up a little bit, but I don't want it to go too low because we'll be peaking and it'll sound horrible. Hey, yeah, man. See, we're peaking there. Bring that down a bit. Let's bring that down a bit. Hold up. Okay. We'll see that. We'll see that. I've just did a little bit. I need a little bit though. I need a little bit though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. So yeah, I think that's going the way of the dodo. I think that's going the way of the dodo, to be fair. Okay, let's have a little look here. We've got 2D tags, side-scrolling RPG gacha. Goddess Order enters soft launch phase in Malaysia. More countries soon to follow. Don't know what this game is, if I'm honest. Side scroll through time, parry, dodge, counter, action. Command your own knights, unleash 3-way link action. This looks very Goblin Slayer down here. I hope we don't get an intro like that then when we're playing. Fantasy action adventure, charming knights awaken. Premium pixel art, masterful visuals, pixel by pixel. Hey, I'm all over this. I'm all over this. Cross time, save future, shift the course of fate. Not a big fan of time travel stuff, I'm not going to lie. Rich content awaits. Minigames, PvP, fierce dungeons, ready. Ooh, PvP, PvP. Okay, so it looks like there's like lobbies that you can go into with other people by the looks of it. Have any of you guys check this out? What's the gameplay look like? What does the gameplay look like here? I want to have a look at this. I'm curious. What's it called? Goddess Order. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh, here we go. 7 hours ago. Man, I ain't watching 25 minutes of it. Okay. Nothing amazing to look at. I like the pixel style, but it's I've seen better. I've seen better pixel style games. At least it's a manual game though, right? This is no autoplay game, so that's a big thing for me. Combat looks alright. Combat actually looks alright. Oh. Move chat out of the way. Going into use banner with 30 pulls and a dream as usual. Can't wait. I feel ya. I feel ya. Hopefully we can copy. Hopefully we can cop you. Corrupted Albion. This looks old school, yeah. No offense, but this looks... Hey, I ain't working on the game. I ain't working on the game. Yeah, visually, you know, in this style, I've seen much better. I quite like the type of combat that it's got, though, if I'm honest. Hey, maybe we'll have a look at it if it's got a PC version. Because, obviously, being on mobile, not for me. Not for me, personally. Unless there's, like, a decent emulated version, maybe. Many of you guys been playing Shadowverse? I've got it installed, yeah. I haven't played it yet. Apparently, the game's greedy as fuck. The game's in a good state other than that, but the game's greedy as fuck. Is that true? Is that true? Very old school looking, yeah, yeah. Search shop also resets in 5 days. Oh yeah, isn't this out now? Uma Musume, however you pronounce it. It's out, yeah. This is the horse racing one, yeah. It's like 36 quid on Steam, right? I thought it was free, man. I saw it's 36 quid. I was like, I don't know about that, bro. Seen loads of people playing it, though. Loads of people playing. Yo, should we check out the NTE trailer? Let's check out the NTE trailer, man. Let's have a look. Let's see what it's saying. So, is it, what's this then? Opening animation. All right. Oh, boy. I'm here for it. Man, I hope Never Needs to Ever This is good, right? I really do. I think the game has potential. I definitely do think they need to work on the driving physics and mechanics, right? I do like that, you know, you can have a wanted system, or you can be wanted, you know, the wanted systems in the game. That's pretty cool. I like the stuff that they're throwing in there. They're trying a bunch of different stuff, which I kind of expect anyway, considering they make Terra Fantasy. For all its criticisms, they try different things in that game, which I like to see. But that being said, let's check out the NTE opening animation, Hyper Vortex Before the Storm. All right, I'm here for it. Hopefully, is this going to be something to do with the story, hopefully? I hope so.
Dear citizens, this is the 6 p.m. broadcast from New Helios. According to the latest data from the Meteorological Department, our city is about to face the first extreme rainfall of the year. Please stay
Extreme
safe,
rainfall.
take proper precautions. Avoid going outside unless absolutely necessary. Now, our detailed rainfall distribution...
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Was that burning? Oh, is the rain corrupting people? Oh, shit. Oh, it's reverse rain? This is kind of cool, actually. Okay, alright. New Helios after 5 hours.
This is JTF Team 13, search and rescue in Sector NH.
Okay, so this is not the city that we're in, isn't it? Because what's the city called now? It's called like Retha do or some shit like that, yeah. New Helios. Can we get to go to this city then? Okay.
19 is complete. Anomaly activity in the area is intensifying. We're trying to evac the recovered survivors ASAP.
Copy that. Second lockdown is about to commence. Evacuate immediately via the updated safe route. Current safe route is Prequel Street.
So do you change when it gets in your eyes and your orifices then?
Hello? Signal's breaking. What sound? I can't hear it.
Hopefully it doesn't get into the plumbing. So what if you go for a poop and then you get that backsplash? And then it goes at your body and then you turn into one? That'd be rough. You won't be able to stop that, would you? You could have your mask on, you go for a poop, and then you turn into an anomaly because a little droplet splashed on your bumhole.
Listen, that sound.
You know that moment, right? You know when you have a bit of a, you know, a heavy one, and you get a splash, and he's like, whoa! It goes up your butt.
Damn it, stop him! Don't let him take off the black box mask! It wants me. It wants me to see clearly!
squat toilet OP in this situation. True. I think I'll poop in the bushes.
Everyone do not look directly at the hypervortex.
What's this like bird boxing?
You make it sound so terrifying. Don't scare these poor dears.
Oh my god, look at the titties.
Look at it. Isn't it gorgeous?
Wait, can she... Man, she looks sick. Can she control it? Okay. In a total vacuum, yeah, this is making the game actually look kind of interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm kind of intrigued by the story now. Does this mean we're gonna have like potentially a little bit of a darker story? I'm hoping for too much, aren't I, in a gacha game? I think.
A lovely little appetizer.
Lacrimosa, protect the others.
When I say a gacha game, maybe like this kind of gacha game. You know, I don't hear it's just a gacha game, or hey, this premise seems kind of intriguing. Oh wow, okay. So, do we get to go to this place then, this new Helios? Because we're definitely not in that city, right? Furry, I know Pixie's already interested. we definitely, you know, the game's not set, well, or at least what we've seen is not set in New Helios, right? So, I wonder if you get to go there then? If that's another space we get to go to, that'd be cool if we do. But, you know, because obviously I know we did that, like, phase shift, which we've seen, and we're kind of fighting with, like, spirits and stuff. But, do we, oh, man, it'd be dope if we get to travel here, and it's, like, all post-apocalyptic. That'd be really cool, actually. Because what's the city called now? It's called, what is it called? Something like that. Something like that, right? But yeah, okay, all right. I'm intrigued. Interesting. Obviously, this is just a cinematic, but the premise seems cool. I'm here for that. Okay, all right, cool. Let's drop a like. Heterogeneous. Know what I mean? Many people were counting on the days until the game's release date arrived. We have plot, I repeat, we have plot. Well, I don't know about that. We've got a premise, I guess. A vague premise. We don't really have plot. I'm sure the game will have plot, but I wouldn't really consider this plot, really, just yet, right? But yeah. Never search mountain, oh, okay, yeah. I've had enough of fucking lollies. Holy shit, furry. And the water is always cold, right? You need heated toilet water, man. You don't get shocked by about the splash. Close enough. Welcome back, Locon. Kind of, yeah. Still can't get out how to place these characters look compared to the world. Yeah, I can see what some people are saying, right? You know, they do look a little bit odd, don't they? There is like, it is a little bit jarring. Like, I do hope that they like have a good amount of skins for characters, so you can have like that sort of out of work kind of skins as well, where like they're really cool, but they look like, you know, you can just walk around the city and look like a normal person in the city, right? I get it. The MCs, and they've got to like stand out in regards to, because they want to sell characters, but as you say, he's a little bit jarring, right? He's a little bit jarring. Intangible Fool, no worries, welcome to the stream. These enemies are pretty generic in my opinion. Enemies being actual people is pretty common in gachas these days. Oh, the enemies themselves, yeah, that's nothing new really. Yeah, I don't think there's anything really wholly unique about Nevernies to Evernies other than it's an open world urban game, right? But now with the Nanta and other games as well, it's not necessarily unique anymore, is it really? Pix listening to the ZZZ OSTs at Hoyo Shield, confirmed, bro, confirmed. I'm just out here brigading other communities, man, you know? It's what I do. It's what I do, man. It's what I do. All right.
Welcome to Terrastoria.
Back to back. We ain't messing around. We ain't messing around today, guys. We're getting into it. So we can play the game in a little bit. because I want to get on with this story. Anyway, a new Terrastorian video has dropped. I'm happy. I absolutely love the content on this channel. It's a channel that I actually watched before we actually started playing the game, and I really like what they do over here. So let's check out the latest video. We're going to drop a preemptive like, guys, go check out Terrastorian as well. This is Threats of Talos 2 Arknights Enfield beta. So I guess we're going through enemies and potential protagonists and maybe even some environmental stuff as well for the game. As you know, I never really mention it. Pretty excited for Enfield. I really keep that on the D-low though, the down low. I don't really speak about it often. So yeah, I thought I'd let you know just in case you didn't know. You probably don't know, but anyway, I am excited for it. Threats of Talos 2, Terrastorian. Let's go.
Welcome to Terrastorian, the channel where we unravel the lore of Arknights.
Wait, did we have a different narrator last video? This is the OG guy, yeah?
I am Akka, and in today's video, we will be exploring the known threats that await us in Talos 2.
You official. We know you official's probably going to be there. Yeah, I hope you official's there, actually. I can't wait to watch the next You Takes Terror as well. I hope we do go to Enfield.
Covered the broader world of Enfield in a previous video. So if you want context, feel free to give that one a
And you know, if you do, you know, if the next episode of You Takes Terror, we do go to Talos 2. I'm saying it now. Beta's coming soon. Beta's coming soon. Marketing's happening. If You Takes Terror goes to freaking Talos 2 and we get a bit of an Enfield Easter egg, there's got to be a beta, right? There has to be. There has to.
watch after this one too. But for this video, we will be looking at the threats that loom over Talos 2.
Okay.
Since the game is still in beta, things are subject to change. But based on what we know so far, we've identified a total of...
Is bro coming from the future here? The game is still in beta. Who said that?
3 major threats that you want to watch out for when you set foot on Talos 2. So without further ado, let's get into the world of Arknights Enfield.
Alright, let's go.
Firstly,
man, I wish I was in the world of Arknights Enfield at the minute, man. I really do. Yeah, did you see the Max Copium? No, I didn't. What Maxim? What is he, what Copium's he doing? Yeah, the AK is the OG, Akka is the OG. I thought so, right? I thought so.
let's talk about the primary threat present across Talos 2.
Okay.
The Angloid. The first encounter with the Angloids happened more than a century ago, during a conflict now known as the First Angloid War. This war caused the destruction of the Ether Gate and led to the emergence of the Northern Auroral Barrier in Talos 2. The Angloids are hostile, animated entities
Can't wait to find out more about that barrier as well to the north.
made from natural matter. They are characterized by their distinct halo structure, which is a callback to their name being Greek for angel or messenger.
I didn't know
Of
that.
Angloi are mainly
Obviously, I don't speak Greek.
concentrated in the northern frontier regions of Talos 2, but they are also found throughout Talos 2. There are 4 verified modes of Angloid behavior, and that are being 1. Construction, 2. Deconstruction, 3. Mimicry, and 4. Attacking people or attacking man-made objects.
I don't know why that makes you laugh.
The reason why it is said that the Angloi are constructed instead of being birthed is because they spawn from mysterious structures known as anchors.
Yep.
Anchors basically act as factories, each producing similar Angloi. However, there may occasionally be variations of it. Differing Angloi have different construct patterns, as they may define its outward appearance, mode of movement, and...
Sorry to keep pausing the video, but oh my god, just watching the gameplay, man. Oh, bro, I just want to play the game, man. You know, I just want to play the game. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't want them to rush the game out, but god, it's actually, I feel like a child. I'm just like, I want it now, you know? I really do.
means of attack. Ever since the first Angloid...
Technically, people are a man-made object.
on Talos 2 has discovered new Angloid construct patterns. As such, The standard Anguloid classification, abbreviated as SAC, was made to help users identify the best strategy to face Anguloi in battle. The Anguloi make difficult foes to face, as they lack the typical biological characteristics, such as feeling pain, bleeding, and displaying emotional response. Not being able to measure whether a Anguloi is hurt or not is the
as well. This is the thing that I hope we definitely, if they take this away in the game as it comes out, I'll be frustrated if they don't develop on top of it, you know, the like, I guess the boss mechanics and such. I want more of that in the game. I want cool boss mechanics that kind of feels like MMO boss fights, because as I said, when you're playing in a squad in this game, man, it really gives me the vibe that's like an old school team RPG, squad-based RPG. But the amount of times when I was running around in Enfield, I was like, man, it feels like I'm playing an offline MMO, and I loved it.
The reason why they are so hard to face in combat.
Cheek
Due
spotted.
to them lacking the typical biological characteristics, there is an ongoing debate whether they are genuinely alive or not. According to one scientist's theory, the Halo itself might be the actual living entity governing a mechanical body.
So what you're saying, it's kind of like a hive mind, almost?
A particular Anguloi to note is Astron, which appeared in Valley 4 20 years ago. While the specific metrics were lost to the war, Astron was believed to be at least 100 meters tall and had several large spikes that twist around in a vortex. When it moves, it covers whatever it touches with an ominous shade of red, resulting from the ether side generated from its immense form. Fortunately, Astron was defeated by the UWST as they emerged victorious. Before we continue, we really appreciate your support. You can help support us by subscribing to our channel, leaving a comment below.
Do it, guys. Do it. These guys make great content. I can't wait for Enfield to drop as well. I'm hoping these guys are going to start pumping out content when the game comes out.
Sharing our videos. It keeps our team at Terrastorian going, and your help really means everything to us. The Blight is a hazardous phenomenon that occurs on Talos 2, when the ether side overlaps with real space. Among the many threats faced by the inhabitants of Talos 2, the Blight is considered one of the more dangerous, as it has been observed to be capable of manifesting anywhere within the subterranean, the surface, atmospheric, and orbital zones of the moon.
I didn't know it could be in
When
orbit.
the Blight manifests, it is known as a Blight rupture event. There are two types of Blight, active Blight and static Blight. As the name suggests, active Blight are a hazardous phenomena that actively causes destruction. Eliminating them requires suitable decryption to expose their Blight core for destruction through physical means. The other type of Blight is the static Blight, this being the residue that remains after an active Blight has been destroyed.
It's almost like a lava in a sense, isn't it? The way it's like left behind, you know?
Which resembles a layer of fluid asphalt, covering what is left of the area destroyed by a Blight. There are potentially other various forms of Blight out there for us to encounter in Talos 2. An example being the visually distinct Blights of Wuling. The Blight can inflict a range
Looks like Originium spikes.
of destructive effects on whatever it comes in contact with, either by physically eroding matter or distorting the surrounding time and space. Blight can have an effect on land, machinery, and objects through erosion and visual corruption. Blight that affects sentient lifeforms can have visual hallucinations, physical and mental stress, and may ultimately lead to
Overshot
death.
the jump.
The shortest known active Blight on
You know what, though? You die faster in water. You know? You die faster in water in Enfield, to be fair.
record.
So I'd say one of the most dangerous things on Talos 2 is H2O. Got to be really, really careful of it.
217 milliseconds, while the oldest active Blight lasted for 149 years.
Okay.
Something to note is that the Terrans first stepped onto Talos 2 152 years ago. Finally, we have the Landbreakers. The Landbreakers refer to groups
I love these
of
guys'
armed
design, I
raiders
do.
operating on the fringes of the civilization ban to act out criminal activities. Contrary to popular belief, Landbreakers collectively refer to
I love the sort of like post-apocalyptic kind of like Mad Max kind of like vibe they've got going on. I appreciate it.
multiple distinct groups, known individually as clans, instead of being a single organized group. The term Landbreaker comes from the former war hero of the Angloid War, Jacob Meissen.
149 years,
For
I
unknown
smell
reasons,
law.
He turned to a life of crime and became a warlord. He was the one who founded the criminal organization Landbreakers, and that became the origin of the term we use today. After Meissen seized a control of an originium cultivation site, he was able to rapidly grow his organizations and gained significant amount of power and resources, becoming a dangerous threat. This prompted major factions of the civilization ban to take action. Although Jacob Meissen was ultimately defeated, the original Landbreakers disbanded. His legacy continues through three prominent clans: the Pact, the Sanreavers, and the Bone Crushers.
The Bone Crushers.
The Bone Crushers are led by Nefereth.
So these are the
Though
ones
things
you
seem to be
interact with a
little
lot in the
bit more
beta, yeah.
complicated. They have
I love
gained
her
the power
design. Like,
through the
as a character so far, like, not gonna lie, she didn't seem like the most deep character, right? But obviously we haven't seen much, but I loved the design.
use of haze
Loved the
fire,
design.
a gaseous substance that has hallucinogenic neurotoxic properties, allowing them to temporarily enhance their physical strength. Haze also seems
What's the things on their face? I think it's because they're huff on this stuff, right? I think that I think they need it, right? I'm not too sure specifically, unless anybody knows in chat why they specifically have those things on the face.
to be connected to the blight as well.
You're not much of a fan of her
Also
eyes.
seem to use strange glyphs and markings that those outside the clan find hard to decipher. The last thing to mention
The shape.
is the
Okay,
Foundation.
I get you.
The group that Nefereth is believed to be connected to, yet not much is known about it. She may be using the Bone Crushers to fulfill their goals instead. However, there may be one other character who might be related to the Foundation, that being Cliff, who appeared in the first Enfield tech test. The reason for this connection is that both use
They're vaping.
triangular prismatic portals, a potential use of travel used by the Foundation. Despite this, we do not know if he will appear in the full release of the game or not. And that ends.
Bro, please allow us to go back to Terror at some point. Oh my god, please. I just want to be able to, like, man, if they allowed us to go to Victoria, oh my god. Oh my god.
Today's video. I hope you enjoyed it and found it interesting. Let us know your theories and expectations for the lore of Ark Knights Enfield in the comments. Would you like to see more Enfield videos?
Yes,
Is there a
please.
specific race, nation, or topic within
Everything.
the Ark Knights universe you would like us to explore?
Everything.
If so, feel free to share
Oh, plus minus, let's go. Man, so many people work on these games. Man, let's go. Plus minus in there as well.
suggestions below. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
Alright, great vid. Great vid. Hey, I'll take Arknights Enfield videos any way I can get them at the moment. But I do love a bit of Terror Story. And guys, I'm going to leave a link down below as well to check these guys out. Because this is what the space needs, right? And hopefully, when the game drops, these guys are banging out content. And I'll be excited to see it as well. Good to hear Akka back on the vocals as well. But guys, yeah. These are the threats in Talos 2. The only threat now that we really need to get over is the launch date, right? Fucking, oh man, I'm not going to say anything because I don't want them to rush it, but jeez, I need it in my life. I need it in my life, man. I need it in my life, chat. Terra got that 10k history. Where's the other 30k? The cook carriage from the tech test. Yo, cheese, what's going on, dude? Welcome to the stream. Up, stream out. How's it going? I'm not a fan of her eyes either. I keep getting lost in them. Oh, gay. Hold on a second here. Okay, all right. Let me have a look. Pixel Sense addicted to Enfield, bro. I can't even deny it. Can't even deny it. You know what I mean? I am, man. I am. Are you bored of Arknights? All right, let's check out Renegade's video, shall we? Should we have a little look at Renegade's video, guys? You know, yeah, boy. Hold up, let me get a chat up. Let's have a look at this one then from yeah, boy, Renegade, shall we? Are you bored of Arknights? Me personally, no. But I'm new to the game. The game has been out like, what, 6 years now for CN. Are you bored of the game? Let's see what he's got to say. Drop a preemptive like. And guys, if you haven't checked out Renegade, go show him some love. And let's see what he's got to say about this. Apparently, he said there's a clip of me in this, so I'm curious to see how I'm getting roasted. Let's see the video then.
If you've been playing Arknights for the past 5 years daily, then you probably had gone through some thoughts of taking a break or outright quitting the game.
Yeah.
This process...
Man, makes sense, right? To play a game for that long, you've got to have been there, right? There's only very few games that I've played over the space of multiple years, and they're usually like online shooters for me most of the time. I don't usually stick around that long for most games, so I'm sure, you know, I think everybody's probably been able to point some point through the game where they've been like, yeah, maybe now's the time.
of logging in, doing dailies, managing the base can be quite repetitive, and that has been my daily schedule for Arknights for the longest time. And doing it for 5 years can get depressing and slowly burn you out of the game.
Understandable.
But it doesn't have to be like that. If you're one of those players who are considering taking a break or feeling bored with Arknights, then listen up, since I'm here to try and relieve you from that state because...
Basically, he's going to say, don't be a bitch, stop being a pussy, and get on with your shit, right? You got dailies to do.
Trust me.
Right? Is that what you're going to say,
I know the
dude?
feeling firsthand, and make sure to stick to the end for the most important tip of all. I'm just gonna give you a bit of spoilers here, but that's entirely optional to stick to the end, so feel free.
Okay.
Fire up the game. Sometimes when you're feeling bored of the game, the hardest thing to do is to launch the game. Once you're inside, try to see what other things you haven't done, even things that you refuse to do, like as a...
Okay, so if you're ever considering stopping smoking, just spark one up. You'll probably feel better. Now, I get what he's saying now, because sometimes it is like that with games, right? Like, just that apathy of, like, booting a game up, right? You know, when you're like... and then actually getting on, you're like, oh, okay, actually, I don't feel like that so much now.
as reclamation algorithm or integrated strategies. I highly recommend reclamation algorithm since it's a pseudo way of starting all over again even though you already have a stacked account since you're basically building a base from the ground up. Try not to use guides. Enjoy the process of working for it yourself.
I stand by this. Especially for a game like this, right? Now, of course, when you play multiple games, right? And sometimes guides can really help an experience. If a game's like incredibly complex, right? You know, maybe like you're looking at something like Path of Exile, the original, where it might be like daunting for people not to use guides. And if you're playing multiple games and you want to efficiently use your time, use guides, man. You know, it can make the experience more fun. Personally, for me, with a game like Arknights, going in blind to all the content makes it better, right? I do like to, when I've cleared harder content, people show me stuff. They're like, check this out. Watch how you could have done it. I like doing that, but I think I would have less fun with this game, personally, if I watch guides, you know, like stage clearing guides or, I don't know, how to use characters a little bit better. I prefer to just kind of wing it and learn as I go. There's a lot more enjoyment in it for me.
Watching guides is an easy way out to clear a stage, but it gets addicting sometimes. I know, this doesn't apply to all players, especially people who has a busy schedule, and I'm also not trying to take down guide makers. I'm just saying that if you're watching a guide directly without having to try it out for yourself first and see if you can clear it, then are you really playing the game?
Yeah, fair. And again, you lose something that, and he's like, in a sense, obviously, he's right, again, about the time and people wanting to get through stuff. I feel like it does yourself a disservice in the sense that you lose that satisfaction of clearing a really hard stage on this game, man. It feels good. And, you know, doing it on your own makes it feel even better as well, doesn't it?
Just ponder on that for a second and try to think really deep into it. Try to mix up your gameplay by experimenting.
Look into yourself,
by
guys. Look into yourself. Stop looking at guides, you dirty guide watchers.
Playing with 6 stars is very rewarding because you saved up for it, got lucky, and built operators that's going to be the jack of all trades. But it does get repetitive sometimes. Hypergryph does a good job of making sure that people tackle each stages differently, but you also have
True.
players who try to brute force the game and complain that the stage is hard with their current available units. As to how far you need to experiment, just try to see what you're comfortable doing, like what you see on YouTube with Loey clearing stages with level 1 operators. That
this is the guy I keep hearing about who's insane, yeah.
takes a
I
lot
think
of
we might have watched... Did we watch him do like a one-tile video before? Was that the guy or was it somebody else that you guys showed me?
trial and error, so again, just try to see what you're comfortable on doing. Stop using the same units over and over again.
Yeah, fair
Now,
point.
I know this sounds like
I
the
need to
same thing
build
I
out
said
my
earlier
roster,
about
actually.
having the same squad and using them over and over again, and I still stand by those words. But have you also considered using different rarity or built another 6-star that you think was awful? Sometimes discovering a way for you
I actually need to do that. I'm going to take that advice. There's so many units that I haven't tried, and I'm like, do I want to waste the resources? At the end of the day, fuck it. I want to try some different ways to play the game, right? They might not be the best. It might be a waste, whatever. But yeah, I'm taking this on board. I do. I've got a bunch of characters that I just haven't even used, right? They might not be great, but who cares? I want to try them
an
out.
awful operator viable can bring a lot of satisfaction, so maybe try that out as well. Know what type of player you are. You might be a hardcore player who min-maxes everything, a casual, or even a player who enjoys meme runs. Discovering what kind of content you enjoy is a crucial way of enjoying the game. Maybe you're secretly into stages that are difficult to clear even through normal means, or a casual player who loves to cheese the game by spamming Wishadel. Or even using the god-awful designed operators in the game and try to see how far you can go with them before they hit their limit. There's a lot of ways you can tackle this, and I'll leave that up to you to discover for yourself.
Again, like this is for me. This is what I've really been enjoying doing the E1 stuff, right? Because having to like really push my roster to its maximum with what I've got feels good, and clearing stuff that even the game's telling me maybe it's time to be a little bit higher level than what you are now, and chat as well. Feels good to clear that sort of content, yeah. But I must admit, I am getting to the point now, like I'm seeing gameplay of units, and I'm like, damn, man, that unit looks really cool when they're E2. I do want to start experiencing that now. So I am getting to that point where I'm really enjoying that part of the game, but at the same time, I want to experience the rest of the game as well. I really do.
If you get too comfortable with the game like it doesn't present a challenge to you, then make an artificial difficulty for yourself. Regardless, if you're a hardcore or casual player, if it's too easy, then try to see how far you can clear a stage by limiting the amount of operators you bring, or see if you can clear the map using one operator only. This is a good way to get a fresh perspective of the game. The most important advice of all is you subscribe to my channel. Now, hold on. I know this might sound like a troll advice, but just listen to what I'm about to say. During the segment videos I uploaded a few days ago, whenever I asked you to subscribe at the end of the video, you guys absolutely smashed and the channel earned 100 subscribers more.
Nice, let's go. Shout out to everybody watching them, man. GG's. And good for Renegade as well. Good dude, great content creator. Want to see that growth, man.
Subscribing to the channel gives a lot of benefits to you, which are 100% real and true. You don't believe me? Just look at this. We have the first benefit, which is a happier relationship, which is always important because God knows you have to get off the internet and get a social life. Second is an increase of 1% with decimal in front of a bunch of zeros in the base rate of getting a 6-star in Arknights.
We get parasocial.
This is ridiculous. You can always lie on these things. And finally, for my female viewers out
man, that's
there,
a better rate than some games.
Skin. You'll be the most handsome/beautiful human being in the world. So remember, subscribing is free and you can always unsubscribe later by clicking twice on the subscribe button if you already subscribed beforehand. Right, selling out aside, let's move on to a more serious advice. Now, there are a lot of content creators posting Arknights content, whether it's a stage clear, IS runs, and etc. And if you want to aspire like them, then leave it at that. By any means, you don't have to force yourself to be on their level because you have to remember that comparison is the thief of joy.
Facts. Yeah, agree with that. I think that's why some people get so weird about gacha games in some of the communities as well, when they feel like they're playing the most hardcore of hardcore games and they've got to be a pro gacha gamer. You know, it is true though. Comparison is the thief of joy. When you're constantly looking at what other people are doing, this is in real life as well, not just in games and things you enjoy, right? Always looking at what somebody else is doing, where they're at in their at the same point in life as you, or something like that. it's just gonna make you feel down, man. Just, you know, just focus on yourself and do you.
If you start comparing yourself to other players, then you're forcing that bad impression onto yourself by making you feel like you suck at the game since, for example, you're stuck at a stage but you're having a hard time clearing it yourself even though both your methods are similar. Each player has different methods to their madness and it just so happens that you are struggling a bit and that's totally fine. Some people play this game for a long time and is far more technical compared to us casual players who log in for the waifus and as bandos. It may be tempting to go watch all these YouTube videos and start replicating the run and all of a sudden, your attempts seem to be failing compared to theirs. And that is how you start feeling bad about yourself. Try to consume content sparingly and leave some for you to enjoy later down the line.
Facts. I think this is the same with all gacha games personally. You know what? I've been enjoying my games, specifically in this space, more since I've started taking my time a little bit more. Maybe a little bit too slow sometimes, I'll admit, because I yap a fucking lot on streams, right? But I, like, rushed through a lot of content in the early days of Wuthering Waves. And as soon as I started taking things a little bit slower, not having to clear stuff day one, you know, coming back and if the event's on for 2 weeks, you know, get it done a day or two before the event ends instead of like smashing it out all day one and then having this period of time when you've got nothing to do. Now, if you're playing multiple games, then that makes sense. But I think sometimes this is why so many people get frustrated in the space right now. There's plenty of games that don't have enough content, right? But new stuff drops and people just speed run through the content and they're sitting there twiddling their thumbs for the rest of the patch, right?
Especially permanent content in the game like integrated strategies and reclamation algorithm, etc. I know, as gacha players, we are in it for the gacha currency farm, but just leave some for yourself for the future, okay? If it's a limited time event, then fair play, go all out. But if it's a permanent game mode, then just slow down just for a bit.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's say you already achieved your goal of upgrading all
Watch guide doesn't work, didn't pay attention, leave a hate comment on the video.
your 6-star units to Elite 2 or clearing all the stages in the main story. Always remember that there are still small things you can do. Possibly working your way to also upgrade your other units apart from 6 stars or completing challenge maps the unconventional way. Talk to other players. Playing the game and discovering things along the way is the joy of gaming. So if you find yourself isolated, like not having someone to share things that you discovered or just discussing things with other players, always remember that there are communities for that. Especially Discord servers who are passionate to the game who are more than willing to share some tech for you to try out.
Yeah.
One thing you can also do is set yourself a goal of maybe, let's say, how many rocks you can farm in 100 days worth of sanity, or how far can you go in Ark Knights main story within 30 days, so on and so forth. Setting a time-limited goal will also give you a reason to play the game on a daily basis and stick with it until the challenge is over.
As well, I think Arknights is a perfect game for that, right? This is why I say, like, I think that it adds this ability to play the game in different ways, much more than other games, right? Now, like, I don't know, take things like, you know, your Genshin, your Zenlesses, your Wuthering Waves, those sort of games. Of course, you can play with different units. Of course you can, right? You know, obviously there's always going to be more meta units, and some content might not necessarily require certain units, but you're going to really struggle without it, and that's fine sometimes because that struggle can be fun, but it's the same thing, right? You know, to clear this content, you're doing the same thing. You're rotating through your characters, you're doing the same thing, you're just using different units. But with Arknights, different units, because the way the game is and the way that the levels are really smartly designed, different units are going to make you play differently. Different rarities as well, you know, like if you're E1 or E2 are definitely going to make you play differently. And obviously the size of your roster as well, size of your teams you might be taking in, are going to allow you to take stages on in totally different ways. And even with the same units, you can play stages in such different ways. It's actually really, really good about the game. It's one of the most amazing things about the game, in my opinion. You know, like somebody who's new, I've played content and I've had people say, yeah, I've never seen somebody clear the stage like that. Even if it's a scuff clear, a clear's a clear, right? People are like, I've never seen that. Never really seen somebody use that unit in that stage. That's a weird one, but it kind of worked. And then when I've cleared stages that I've found difficult and people have showed me videos, and then I've been like, damn, that is totally different to what I did. Not just that, oh, you know, I didn't use that particular tech on that clear in something like Wuthering Waves, or I didn't get my rotation off, or maybe I haven't got as much crit as them, so I'm not putting out as much damage. But this is like, man, this was like a whole new game. This just went down a totally different way. and it's a massive strength of Arknights, in my opinion. And I don't think many games in this space, particularly, I mean, Gacha by that, can compete with it in that regard, personally.
Think of another kind of challenge and try again. Play different games aside from Gacha.
True.
In Gacha games, we are hard-coded to try and collect every single Gacha currency we can get our hands on, and that's perfectly fine. However, playing other games of different genre could be healthy to you as well. I know this because this is what I do regularly. It's not required to play Arknights multiple hours in one day. The dailies of Arknights can be done within 10 minutes or so, and then you can go on with your day and play with your friends again.
Or yourself, you know? Just go watch porn for like 8 hours. Based. Grand chase footage.
Hello, dude. What's up? You wanna blow stuff up?
This is wholesome.
Oh my god!
Wholesome Minecraft gameplay.
I almost died from that.
Man, I ain't played Minecraft in ages, man.
There's diamonds here for you if you want. I already got mine. There's 3 here.
Oh my god.
Nah, you don't share the diamonds. Don't share the diamonds. I'll be there sticking them in my freaking
No!
sticking them in my inventory.
Oh, I'm taking his diamonds. That's my share now.
Let's go.
This part is
I was waiting for
optional
that.
because it could be a waste of time, or you don't have a moment to spare, and it can pretty much be a useless thing to do.
We don't share
If that
diamonds.
still doesn't work out for you, then try to create a fresh account and test your knowledge. Sometimes all the tricks and tips we got from playing the game for a long time becomes useless and sit on our heads collecting dust. Maybe.
Yeah, again, I think this is a good idea as well for people who like might want something else from the game, because you've got your rosters, you play the game in a certain way, and you're coded to play the game like that because you've got the knowledge and you can't help but play the game like that. But then if you go back and you've got like a gimped account, you know, you can use that knowledge then to tackle the game in a different way, can't you? With your ult.
Getting a fresh start just to scratch that itch would be enough for you to spark that fire that once raged inside of you. Or if that still doesn't work out, then go outside, dude. Touch grass, socialize, catch up with your ex.
What?
I don't know. Or if that still doesn't work out, then always remember that it's okay to take a break. Let go of that FOMO that you hold on to dearly, and you can always watch the game on YouTube live streams.
Hey, who's that guy? Who's that guy? I know that guy. Oh, you can't see him because I'm just like that. Bix, there's no one there. Hey, look. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. We got to mention.
Or Twitch or other types of media.
Mom, I'm on the TV.
For fuck's sake.
I hope this video can somehow at least help you out on your struggles with the game, because aside from the jokes I said previously, I genuinely mean every single advice I said on this video. So yeah,
Wait,
just
no, I
to keep the
didn't.
outro short,
Did I have the same
included
outfit on?
a sellout segment somewhere in the video. and
That's
told
a
you to
skinwalker.
subscribe, so feel free to do so.
Did
Ring
actually
that
have the same
bell and
top on?
maybe leave a comment for other players, and most importantly, bless your faces and have a great day, gamers.
Good video, man. Good video. Are you bored of Arknights? No, not really. But I can understand if you've been playing the game for a long time for all of the above mentioned things that, you know, you could find yourself becoming a little bit burnt out. Of course, we all go through those points when we play games regularly, don't we? When we do anything regularly. This is why I always say variety is the spice of life. And I don't ever get like tribalism personally for me from parts of the community, because it's just like, man, I think you probably enjoy the game that's your favorite game even more if you played other stuff. I really do. But yeah, great video from Renegade, guys. Go check out your boy Renegade. He's a great guy, great content creator, and I approve this message. It was a good one. It was a good one. It was a good one. Is that handsome devil who's in the video as well? Well, he seems familiar, doesn't he? That's not Pix. I didn't like Minecraft when I played it. Maybe I was playing it wrong by not doing co-op. I think it's co-op is a strength of Minecraft for sure. Like some of the most fun I've had in playing Minecraft is playing with like Rosie and friends. Like for me, the two ways I like to play Minecraft is I like to do survival build world. So like your main aim isn't like to, you know, to like do Ender Dragon stuff like that. It's to, you know, build some sick stuff but do it in survival. So obviously, you know, there's a little bit of extra to it as well. and you know, doing like server side stuff, you know, things like bow spleef, the parkour stuff, bed wars, you know, all that kind of stuff. I like doing that sort of stuff in Minecraft. Bix found in an Arknights video, Hypergryph shield confirmed. Hyperglazer confirmed. I said in the comments, I haven't felt remotely burned. Hey, let's go. That's good then, man. That's good, that is. You know, if you can go play a game for years and not feel burnt out, that means you know, you spent your time wisely. I know some people, when it comes to video games, will be like, you're wasting your time, but end of the day, you're having fun. You ain't wasting your time, right? So funny, because when I was going through your VOD, I just clicked randomly. It led to that moment where you said, get the fuck out of here, pussy. And I said, yep, this is the clip. It is finally gaming time. I'm a dick, so I play Minecraft with friends is how I lose friends. Dude, you don't even know. Like, we had a server where sometimes a few viewers would come into it as well. But it was mainly me, Rosie, and my friend Sai, Ez. You've probably seen him in chat from time to time. He ain't been around for a while, though. Like, he's a IRL friend, like, from back in the day. Like, I've known him for, since I was, like, 5, right? We had a world, and it was a survival world, and we built some really cool stuff, right? Like, I was in the process of building this big, huge castle. He was building a bunch of his own stuff over there as well. Rosie was doing stuff. We built a big track that led to all our stuff. We had some really cool stuff, like, that we'd spent ages in the nether collecting to build, so stuff looked really pretty. And Rosie was taking on the task of, we was building like a big storage center, basically. So everything was categorized in boxes. Yeah, Rosie was in the process of like changing that, and she started like destroying stuff in the idea of moving stuff, and we lost so much stuff, so many diamonds and stuff, and it was pain. I haven't played it since. Like, it was legit pain, like, because we'd spent so long on this world. And she didn't mean to do it, like, but it was kind of funny. Stream thought it was hilarious anyway. But yeah, it was rough. Yeah, we used to have we had some streams where we played, for a point, we was playing Minecraft on a daily basis. You know, Pix, I want to try R8, see what it's about. It's heavily endgame now. Yes, I do want to. I'd have a buddy blow up your base when it's a cave. Yeah, I like Minecraft. There's a reason why the game's one of the biggest games in the world, right? Right. This isn't Gacha, but I want to watch this one.
Team Riot has officially...
I want to watch this one. Right? Little bit of an alternative one here. This is a game that I actually was excited about for a while. Hightail. It seems like it's just not going to happen now. It was one of those games that it just continued just to keep going and going and going. And it was like, when's it happening? And then you get small little updates here and there. When's the game happening? Seems like it's not actually happening now by the looks of things. I don't really know the ins and outs of this, but I believe the game is cancelled. It's done so. And it's a shame because, as I say, when I first saw this game and they showed off bits of it, I was like, damn, man, this actually does look kind of cool. But it seems like they just got stuck in just a development cycle. Development hell. And it seems like they couldn't get out of it, which is a shame. It was started off by a few individuals, right? And then I think it was took over. Like, I don't like. I don't quote me on this, but I think Tencent were involved, right? I don't know. Let's find out what the deal is anyway. From Quebec, this dude has been making videos on Hightail for a while, so let's get the information from your boy here and see what's going on. The Hightail situation is crazy.
I told you so is a phrase that gets thrown around a lot. So get it out now, write your comments, and we can just get straight into things. Hightail has officially been cancelled. I haven't uploaded in 3 months, so did I know? Well, no. I had 2 videos in the works. I was planning a feature-length documentary, and when I last spoke to the team, everything seemed fine. So
damn, bro was planning a feature-length documentary. Shit.
This really has hit me like a ton of bricks. Now, Quebecs don't swear, so I'll save the profanities for any future live streams or content I may end up doing, but the CEO of Hypixel Studios, Noxy, tweeted on June 23rd that he had shared some incredibly tough news with the Hypixel Studios team, that they are ending the development of Hightail and will also be closing down. So not just telling us, but they just told the team. Riot has officially pulled the plug on the game.
Well, they've got to have told the team already, right? That would be rough if they went about it that way.
And they've cut their losses after hundreds of millions have probably been invested into this project. Noxy said this is not the outcome any of us at Hypixel or at Riot wanted, but after years of pushing forward, adapting, trying to explore possibilities.
Okay, I guess, yeah, because at the moment, Riot are working on an MMO as well, right? Yeah, which has kind of been, it never had a date, but it seems like that's definitely going to be a lot further down the pipeline than I think even Riot expected. So with that going on and this game being locked in I guess a development hell, if you will, you know, I suppose it makes sense. It was just becoming a black hole for cash without an actual realistic release date for the game, and then probably looking at it and thinking, is this actually even going to be worth the launch as well, and the maintenance of the game and keeping the servers up online as well? It's a shame, man. It is. It's a shame because this, again, honestly, this was a game that I was looking forward to. I've got to tell Rosie, this is the one game that she really wants to get. Like, whenever I talk about us playing some games together, she keeps going on them. What's that one game called again? What is it? Hypixel, Hightail? And so she's probably going to be gutted about this, actually.
In every path, it became clear that they couldn't bring Hightail to life in a way that truly delivered on that promise. I mean, maybe they just had their blinders on for a while and assumed that they did have that vision and that they were aiming in the right direction, but maybe it is just a case of, you know, being in an echo chamber for years, developing a game, assuming that it's all going to work out perfectly, and then in reality, when you step outside and look at things from the perspective of, say, like a Riot executive or an investor in the game, it suddenly becomes a lot more complicated. And sadly, that's just the truth of game development.
I think sometimes you need to take a step back, don't you? You know, I don't think it's just game development. You know, if you've ever worked on anything for a period of time yourself, and maybe it hasn't been a thing that's worked out right, sometimes you need to take that step back and look at it from the outside. And even though suits always look at things from a monetary side of thing, which obviously it's a business, they have to, but it's not always good for the art, if you will. Sometimes it does take that, like, person on the outside to look in and go, this just ain't working, man. You know, I know you're lost in the source and it's everything to you, but it's just not really working out, is it?
This is the industry.
It's hard to tell yourself that sometimes, isn't it?
It's especially hard when you're trying to build something original that speaks to creative, passionate communities, and that over time, as their vision evolved and the genre matured around them, the bar just kept on rising. They wanted to do more technically. They wanted to get more complex, and even after...
Yeah, when I hear things like this, I just think of like Star Citizen. Now I know there's a playable product there now, but, like, you know, you get stretch goals and you keep expanding and evolving, and the scope gets bigger. And I also think sometimes games that, when this was initially you know, born of its concept, it seemed like a really... Gaming's moved on quite a bit, hasn't it? You know, sometimes something that, when it was conceptualized, would have absolutely slapped, but 3 to 4 years later, gaming's moved on, the hype has moved on, and you know, these things then don't look like such good ideas either, do they?
A major reboot of the game engine, having to go back and rewrite everything, it apparently became clear to them that they'd need a lot more time to get it to a place where it could support the ambitious vision that they had. I want to stop for a minute because I don't want to just read out what he tweeted. I want to take a second to just, you know, take this impact and a deep breath with you guys. It's not often that
Scope creep is a bitch to deal with. Yeah, definitely. Especially when you're trying to come up with something new and ambitious, right? I can understand, like, your ambitions getting ahead of yourself, and as you say, that scope creep being a hard thing to be like, right, look, we need to focus now and stop the expansion, if you will.
I go improv and avoid a script for a video, but in this one, I really do only have a few bullet points. I want to talk from the heart, and besides reading out this tweet, I just wanted to let you guys know that, you know, I get it. It sucks. We've been waiting for this game for 6 years, and to hear this,
It's been that long now. Damn,
truth
bro.
of it is something that, from our perspective, doesn't make any sense. You know, they've been communicating with us, and they've been saying that their communication has been transparent and updated, so it does hurt to know that deep down on the inside, they knew that they weren't reaching what they needed to reach to get to where they needed to be. They tried to reduce scope, they adjusted timelines, they tried to find new angles to keep moving forward, but just every time that they had an option, it meant compromising on what made Hytail special in the first place. They were just going to end up with another standard game, you know, just one of these titles that doesn't change the industry. And we know that Hypixel Studios wanted to do that from the get-go. He said this is a painful decision, but
Thing is as well, you've got such a behemoth of Minecraft when you're competing in this space, right? Because obviously it doesn't matter what you say and how different the game was going to be and what it was going to add and the RPG elements and the potential MMO elements it was going to add to it. You look at that game and anybody outside the space would look at that, and any normie would look at that and go, ain't that Minecraft game, right? So you were always fighting an uphill battle anyway, right? Because obviously Hypixel started as what the server for Minecraft, and then, you know, that developed into, well, what was going to be Hytail.
We still believe in Hytail, we believe in the team, and are forever grateful of every member, past or present, who poured their love into the game. We're also incredibly proud of the work we did, the world we imagined, the risks we took, and the heart we poured into the project. None of that can be taken away, and just to clarify, this doesn't affect anyone in the Hypixel server on Minecraft. It's run separately from Hypixel Studios and will continue to operate. So a nice clarification there, and it's good to see that the team still believe in Hytail. That phrase is,
because it is a good server.
Abstract. What does that mean? Does it mean that they still believe in all of the things that made Hytail what it is, all of the things that it stood for as a game, as a platform? Or does it mean that they still believe in it as a project, that they want to try to get this to other game publishers that may pick this up or maybe reinvest in it? That aside, you probably imagine everyone is pointing their fingers at Riot. It was Riot.
Well, does Riot own the IP? I don't know. I don't know the like the business side of it. Like, you know, will they even be able to make that a possibility to go to look for other investors to potentially make it happen? Because I'm sure the creative people want to keep the, you know, they want to continue to make the game, right? You know, as I said, it probably wasn't their decision to stop this. It's, you know, the suit's decision. But as I say, sometimes you need to take that step back and be like, you know, this just isn't going to happen. And sometimes you need somebody with that clarity, whether it's a suit or not. Well, I'm sure the people who are on the creative side of things want to continue making the game. It's just, is that ever going to be possible?
That's done this. It's them that's cut the team off. It's them that's closed down the game. And, you know, they had to address that, of course. They said they're deeply grateful to Riot, not just for the years of support and opportunities that they gave, but for the care, showing their team how to grow during the transition. Apparently, they supported them in going out into the world as well to see if there were any extra investors or acquirers who maybe wanted to carry Hytail forward or buy it from Riot. And now, as they begin,
okay, so I'm assuming they own the IP then,
they're ensuring that their team is supported with generous severance and resources to help them find what's next. So clear from that statement that they did actually try to go and find buyers for Hytail, but
I guess nobody wanted it, right? I guess nobody wanted it. I suppose, like, it's a hard sell, right? Game's been in development for 6 years, real close competitor, at least on the surface. Never mind what's under the game, but on the surface, 99% of people are going to look at this and say, what, you're competing with Minecraft? You know, one of the biggest games ever. It's a hard sell, right? It's a hard sell. And if you're in a point of view where you've been in development hell and you really don't know where the end goal is as well, you're going to struggle to get investment, right?
Apparently were unsuccessful, which isn't a surprise because it's a big project with hundreds of millions invested into it. So to buy the thing would probably be an immense amount of money. And I imagine all the other studios are distracted working on their own things. Not to mention, the team originally did have lots of offers from these big companies back in 2020. It was them that chose Riot out of the pool of people that were trying to invest in the game. They say to their community, thank you. Your belief in Hytail kept us going through thick and thin. Your energy, creativity, and support inspired us to do the best work of our lives. And even though we won't be the ones to bring this game into the world.
Yo, that pigeon's definitely British. Did you see that? That pigeon is that pigeon's from the UK, man. That pigeon is from the UK, that
Community,
is.
thank you.
Did you see
Your
that?
belief in Hightail kept us going through thick and thin.
That's a British
Your energy,
pigeon right there.
creativity and support inspired us to do the best work of our lives. And even
What you
though
say,
we
lad?
won't be the ones
What you
who
say,
bring this
lad?
game into the
What you
world,
talking
we
about,
still
fam?
believe in what it stood for
Definitely
and the
British.
incredible potential of this genre. So again, alluding to the idea that maybe Hightail can be brought into the world in some way, just not by this team. Noxy finishes by saying, even though we're closing this chapter, the spirit of Hightail and everything we hoped it could be will stay with us. We're proud of what we built and we'll carry those lessons forward for whatever comes next. A lovely sentiment, I'm sure, but this is, you know, it's
Rollers turn into a
disappointing news.
dragon.
It's really rocked everyone for 10 in the community. I hopped into a VC with a bunch of people when this news dropped. You can imagine my phone amongst anyone in the world was vibrating at an unnatural speed. Like, that thing was going crazy. I woke up and just beep, 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 message DMs from every YouTuber that I've ever mentioned Hightail to, people just sharing it and talking about it in Discords, messages from even people on the team. It's just been non-stop and crazy. So obviously, like, I've had to take a little deep breath and realize, oh, this, you know, means, yeah, that game that I cover on that channel, you know, it's not going to be out. It's not going to come to fruition. And yeah, that does...
I feel for content creators as well in this situation, right? You know, especially somebody, if it's where they make their bread and butter, right? You know, I don't know if it is for this dude. He says he hasn't uploaded for a while, so I'm assuming it's probably not, right? But yeah, you know, for content creators who do build their entire business around a particular game, which is why it's always risky to hyper focus on one game. But at the same time, YouTube likes you to do that. Variety is harder to make a living off in this space. You know, if you are a creator that does that, it must really suck when something like this happens, because it's like, damn, where do I go now? You know, how do I pivot to the next thing? Like, how do I take the people who were fans of this on this journey into something else as well? It must be a little bit stressful. So content creators who are paying the bills when something like this happens.
It does suck, you know, but things continue onwards. As I say, like, while it sucks for me covering news on the game,
now, Biggs, let me give you a horror situation. Imagine this Hypixel situation, but it's Enfield. It's a good job I ain't got mods, man, because I'll be calling for you to be banned right now, bro.
Team. You know, this channel,
can't be even dealing with that thought process at the minute.
It's a privileged hobby. I enjoy covering the news for this game that isn't out yet, but I'm lucky enough behind the scenes to be working with a bunch of really cool...
As somebody who used to be a roofer, I wish it was that easy to tile a roof, man. You will be making bank when you're on price work.
Cool creators and channels. Like, I consult on things, I come on and do strategy, I grow teams, and even help coach different parts of their production pipeline, like editing and their script writing, to make better content. That's what I do full time. You don't need to worry about me. The team are the ones who lose out here. You know, they were really getting amped up for this big part of the year. It was key for them to bring all of these components of the game together. They were bringing out the new engine, they were polishing all of the different environments, and they were going to bring combat and multiplayer and all of these different things together in one final big year. But they've clearly had a freeze. They stopped mentioning anything or communicating at all a couple of months ago. Riot probably gave them like 6 months after January, and they just couldn't deliver on what was promised or what was needed. They ran out of time. And a few of John's tweets,
it's a shame.
Game director for Hightail, by the way, if you're new to this.
Yes, officer, that guy over there.
He clarified multiple times that the game has been frozen by Riot. This was a Riot decision, and that they ran out of time. You know, that they had the plan in place, they had all the pieces of the puzzle, but Riot just weren't willing to wait that extra time. I imagine...
Which, like, there's part of me as well, like, you know, even if that is the case, I know people are like, boo, Riot, but 6 years is a long-ass time, right? And if they're not at a point to be getting the game out soon, there's only so long you're going to be willing to wait, right? You're going to be willing to give investment to. And as I say, this is the sort of game that, like, how long will it actually grab people for when you think about it, especially when the main audience who would have been hyped for it have probably moved on, right? And then you've got a game like Minecraft as well. You can't really be too mad at them. 6 years is a long time, right?
Something to do with release dates and how publishers work is Riot probably wanted it out by the end of the year or next year, 2026, and the team were probably, you know, hell-bent on saying that they won't get out until it's perfect, and that being somewhere like 2027, and Riot then putting their foot down and saying, well, if you can't get it in...
I think as well, perfection is like the destruction of a lot of projects, right? You know, I think it was the creator of Adventure Quest said that. He said that sometimes as a game developer, worrying about perfection can destroy your chance of doing anything. Sometimes it's just about getting it out and then working to improve it. Right now, I know that sometimes means rough launches, or you know, it's either a rough launch and a game improves, or potentially a game's delayed, or a situation like this where after multiple delays and development hell, it just gets canned, right?
2026, if you can't reach these milestones, then unfortunately we're going to cut the game. And it does seem like, you know, in some way John's clarifying that this is, you know, he's lending credence to this sort of thing happening, is that the Riot set this deadline and they just weren't able to meet it, even though they were really well equipped and they had all the troops on the field. You know, they just couldn't hit that bar that Riot had set. You know, I know this for sure caught the team off guard. You know, I'm sure that it was a massive surprise to all of these team members that have been working on the game and pouring their heart and soul into it for years.
I'm sure it was, but I would imagine there'd be whispers as well, right? You know, like, fuck man, we've missed fucking every deadline here. You know, these guys have been in the office a few times. Gaffer's looking pretty stressed, you know. It still doesn't change the fact that obviously it would have been a kick to the gut for all these people, right, working on something that they've probably got a lot of passion for as well, which is a shame.
To hear this the same day that, you know, more or less all of us are hearing it, I imagine...
If that's the case, though, that is kind of fucked, right? You know, that the team finds out pretty much the same day as we do. Which I guess when you look at it, as long as they found out before we did, it doesn't change the fact that how do you process that, right? But yeah, it's a shame if they did, especially if they found out like literally at the same time. That's kind of rough if that's the case.
You know, some of upper management was aware of the issue and was, aware of the impending doom, so to speak. But I had correspondence with the team, you know, right up until this announcement, you know, so it was, you know, really something that did happen this day and has shocked everyone, and it was clearly a decision that, you know, was sort of finalized and written into stone. So yeah, that sucks. You know, at the end of the day, I look back at Hytail, I think the bar just kept getting raised. They were constantly trying to outrun that 5 years of debt that they put into that old engine that they never released. And that's the first thing everyone...
So yeah, that there, like, you know what I mean? Again, you've got to look to some of them things and be like, that's badly run, right? You know, we have to be honest about things. There was obviously some issues with the game was being run, whether that's, you know, getting into development hell, not hitting deadlines, or just being too ambitious. Sometimes when you're running a business and you're trying to get a product out, you have to be like, okay, I'd love to do this, but this is what we've got and this is what we can do. Otherwise, like say, you end up like this, right? And you've got
gonna say is, why didn't they just release something? Why now, even when they've stopped it? Just put out something. Do an early access, like paid subscription, or throw out a build, or leak it, or you know, just we'll crowdfund it. All of these different suggestions. To me, this
I think the
like
hype had died down for a while as well.
You know, there's no image on the blog post. There's no tease. It was a very short statement from Noxie, the CEO. You know, almost, I say it feels rushed. Obviously, it was worded very well, and I'm sure a lot of thought went into those words, but it does feel quite abrupt. You know, there's nothing after this, and I feel like this could very well be the last piece of communication we ever get from Hypixel Studios and Heights as a project. You know, whether it continues onwards in spirit is another story, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But, you know, I think this might be the full stop. I don't think that we're going to get some sort of test build unless it's something that gets leaked, you know. I can imagine that leaks are maybe even more possible now, with people maybe feeling bitter that they lost their positions. But again, it's hard to tell because, you know, a lot of people...
Somebody's like, fuck this shit, enter.
may have been absorbed by Riot. You know, Riot is aware that this team is very capable and strong, and so I can imagine that quite a few people have maybe found positions. But even the Riot MMO, I believe, has been cancelled or delayed or something at the same time that announcement went.
I hope it hasn't been cancelled, but like, this is what I was saying, like this indefinite delay, because for me, the universes that Riot create, I'm like, man, I would like an MMO from Riot, because like Riot do good stuff, right? They do good stuff. So yeah, I hope that's not the case.
Went out, so it's stormy waters for all of the devs, and they're the people that I think need to be looked at and considered. And I've seen so many devs tweeting today. I'll share some on the screen about just how, I guess, you know, devastated they are and upset, and how much Hytail meant to them. And, you know, a lot of fans are obviously feeling that somber attitude as well. And I get it, it sucks. Like, I'm talking real, you know, not really scripting this video like I mentioned, because it's just, you know, like an aftermath. I wanted it to be reactive so that you guys can sort of level with me here, because it may just be one of the... It's certainly not the last time that I'll be talking about Hytail on the channel, because there's a big story that needs to be told here, right? And that's clear that, you know, I feel like I'm probably one of the only people that can tell that story and do it justice. So whether it's communicating with the team...
I'd say it's a shame, because even still now, like, right, like, I think maybe this particular game's time has passed. Well, it obviously has, but I mean, in terms of this, the type of game it has. Even still now, when I look at it, I'm like, It does look fun though, man. You know, I do. Anyway, I think it does.
Sort of facts and stuff clarify, and then, you know, telling that story is definitely a plan of mine. Obviously, it won't be this video. Yeah, I can only imagine the Reddit right now is probably absolutely ridiculous. Like, there's probably so many memes, and there's so many I told you so's. And look, I'm one of those people that went out and told some pretty huge, notable creators about Hightail, and, you know, I'm always touting it with my friends and talking about it when I'm not talking about other things. And so it's gonna suck. I'm gonna go through that period of just people saying, I told you so, or like, oh, Hightail never worked out, and I get that, but like, things have got to move on and things have got to evolve. At the end of the day, I'm a YouTuber, I'm a creator, and this channel was made to test the boundaries of what I could do as a creator. Obviously, I settled for Hightail and covering Hightail news, and it was working out pretty well up until now. I've got other plans on the schedule.
Is that him?
I had plenty of plans to pivot towards more general gaming industry, video essays, and different documentaries in that style. So I think I want to go more down that route, a sort of investigative, journalistic sort of approach to some of those things. Maybe talking a bit more about game development, or maybe other games. Again, like we've got Vintage.
They had to rewrite their engine midway through, which is part of it. Yeah, as I say, like, either what was the reason for that? Was it that because of what they wanted the game to be, the engine wasn't capable of it, or had they created their own engine initially, or what was they using initially? I don't know these things, but yeah, again, shame, isn't it? Shame.
Story and lots of other titles that kind of scratch that similar itch to Hightail. Obviously, nothing will ever come again. I don't think that we'll ever get the breadth of and scope of attention that Hightail did. But I think that there's probably things to fill the gap in the meantime while we transition over to figure out what we want to do. But either way, I'm a YouTuber. I'm going to create content that I'm passionate about. And I've been doing that with channels for the last 10 plus years now. So I'm more than capable of figuring out a pivot on this channel as well. Obviously, if you're here for Hightail news, there's going to be, you know, bits and bobs talking about the aftermath of all of this and, you know, what it really means and stuff like that. But I just ask that you give me some patience and check out a few of the videos that are coming up, because I think that the content is still multi-platform.
Okay.
I think it's around the same audience. I want to make sure that I am targeting the same type of viewers and with content that they would still want to watch, so that I'm not completely pivoting. Don't worry, I'm not going to just out of nowhere become a Roblox channel. That's not going to happen. Although I may make a video essay about Roblox. That's the thing.
Bro's gonna start making Call of Duty Warzone content, man. The overlap's massive, surely.
The thing is, I'm kind of an open book now. I can make videos about pretty much any game I want, and I'm not so limited to that idea, that constraint of Hightail. I have to make Hightail. I don't want to go out of the Hightail audience, the Hightail eye. I want to be there when the game comes out, so that I have that momentum and that ability to create content within the ecosystem. Without that constraint, it almost feels like there's a weight lifted off my shoulders. Weirdly enough, I was talking with a few other Hightail creators, which, yes, there are still a few of us left in the world, and they feel the same. They feel like this weight has been lifted in a way, and not in the great.
Okay. I was using a coat hanger for a axe swooshing sound effect. Okay, I would have loved to hear the audio for that.
Greatest way would be great if it was by the game.
Quick, drag him into Gacha hell.
The idea that the waiting took so long, it was painful, and getting some clarity as 30 virus.
He's going to pivot into Lego Fortnite YouTubers, since he looks very similar aspect to the fantasy aspect.
And now I know going forward, so at least I know.
It's very similar aside from the fantasy aspect. Sorry,
on a game that is, you know, being delayed and taking a long time. And I know that some of you feel that way. I always get comments of people saying, "Oh, the game's irrelevant. I've completely forgot about it. Oh, I've just remembered about this game," and that's totally cool. But like, we all had it in the back of our.
I do think that was part of it as well, because for a while I was like this. I was like, man, I can't wait for this game, and I'd check on it quite regularly. And the same thing happened to me. And you know, that only doesn't come down to the fact that it took ages for anything to happen, but communication started to falter right. And I think once that starts to happen, people start to forget. And again, I'm sure Riot saw this. You know, it wasn't just a question of when is this happening. They probably saw the writing and was like on the wall and was like, yeah, people don't seem to care about this anymore.
Our minds today, especially, you see so many people tweeting about it that you probably thought didn't even know what Hightail was, and there they are tweeting about it because they just remember it so viscerally. That trailer, 60 million views. I mean, I think it was 50 million or 40 million at the time, and it just did so well, and it got into so many people's heads that, yeah, I think it's a moment in time that we'll never forget. And I think one of the most important things about all this is the community. My god, the community behind Hightail is incredible. Like, obviously when the trailer came out, there was a lot of people that were fanboying over the game, and they were really excited excited. Lots of people making fan art and all of these different things. But over time, the retention of the community has been so well maintained. There is just this brilliant, it's probably like a subgroup of maybe 1,000 to like 500 people that are all really talented in different ways, and they all collaborate and know each other and talk about things, and their shared bond of Hightail is like the bedrock of that. But on top of that, there's a whole world, an ecosystem that has grown. I've seen so many people go on to become YouTubers covering different games, or artists working for other game development studios, or even modelers and server makers, all sorts of different sort of creatives in that realm go on to work, you know, for different places and different games and everything else in between. Some of them have gone on to work for the Hightail team themselves. It's always a constant reminder to me that there's.
Did you think it was the rush for perfection that was a big factor in making it fail?
I mean,
though?
Yes, we are all hyper fixated
Because like,
this game.
I'm sure it was like, you know, we can't just have a game that looks like Minecraft and kind of is like Minecraft's. I bet a big part of it was that we have to. This has to be something of scope and scale that separates it, and that ever never-ending chase to do that, to attain that perfection. Sorry. Was probably a big factor, right?
At the same time, through that, we've all networked. I found a lot of friendship and education and talent connections through this network, and also a lot of friends. You know, I hate to say, oh, it's friends that we made along the way, but really it is. And if you haven't been part of like a deeper Hightail community, maybe you understand that from the sense of like a subreddit or some sort of Discord that you're a part of, or a group of friends. Like, that's the sense that we have in this ecosystem. You have people that are actively making art for others and collaborating on a friendship level, and you have people working together professionally and creating development teams. All of that is going to continue to go on. That's going to continue to thrive regardless of Hightail being out or not, and it has done for the last 6 years. It's behind the scenes, and maybe you haven't noticed it, but it really has. I feel like because I constantly cover Hightail, it's almost impossible for me to fully demonstrate just where all of these people from the initial Hightail community have ended up and what amazing things they're doing in all of these other places on the internet are. But I can 100% for a fact point out a few in this video, and eventually I will do a video covering just how crazy these hyperfixated communities can become as a shared passion develops into a real.
This is though obviously like becoming an incredible fan of something feels good when you're a fan of something, yeah, but you know, especially when it comes to the gaming world nowadays, getting hyperfixated on things that are not even out. You know, it could burn you, can't it?
Community,
burn you.
You know, not an echo
I'm a gacha player, can't relate.
Or anything weird like that. Just a shared sense of community, which then springs into something a lot more. Especially in these times where you've got like AI and all these crazy things. It's nice to have a creative community. People who just want to collaborate and make things together. There was never a 0% chance that this could happen. Like, we all kind of, as the years went on, believed that if this happened, it would be easier to accept and make sense of, because, you know, the project just might fizzled out. But the way that they were communicating.
What the fuck? Okay. Alright. Is that what bros were doing then? They were spending a bunch of time on making it so you could throw shit at each other. Alright, I'm kind of gutted that this is not happening now.
It gave us hope, and you know, that sucks. I definitely can't ever trust a game studio
10 out of 10.
And I say that with a high heart filled with hope for the team. I love the team. I think that they're all brilliant. I have a poster with amazing words of wisdom and of love from the team members that I got when I visited them at the studio. But when I say that I'm gonna have problems trusting a team in the future, I really mean that on the corporate level. On the publisher's side, on the developer's side, PR is a fickle thing, and I understand that social media and all of the intricacies of having to communicate with a fan base can be hard. There's politics and there's legal things that you've got to check. It's a minefield, and it's best to play
Hype is a difficult thing to maintain over 6 years as well.
Safe. So I can understand where Hypixel Studios may not have been entirely transparent with some of their circumstances, especially wanting to avoid worrying us and to avoid a rush of negativity, especially when they're probably trying to sell to their publisher that they're still worth betting. I think one of the big things that I want to point out is that I, and clearly a lot of other people, have enjoyed this journey of following along with the content updates. I mean, I know that I don't get the most views as every YouTuber, but I certainly get quite a number of views, and it speaks to the volumes of people that are constantly coming back and interested in this game. That spirit, that energy is going to continue onward, whether it's through someone who watches these videos, you know, a young budding developer that's part of the community, or even
bro has trust issues now. I can imagine so.
Form, you know, in the future, who knows?
Again,
what's possible.
as I say, like, to pivot as a content creator, like that sucks. The game's gone right, but you know, to spend this long on being hyped for something for it only just not to happen, right? It's like, what's worse? Like, what's worse? Being hyped for a game to come out for multiple years and then it just literally being cancelled, or being hyped for a game for a number of years and then it coming out and being shit. Like, what do you reckon feels worse? Like, you know, like, obviously it's sucking probably is painful because then it's like it was all lies, but at least you got to taste it, even though it tasted like poop. But like, this is just like, you know, you just got teased. You just got teased.
We'll take that spirit, that thought process, that inspiration, and go on to maybe build one of the biggest platforms in gaming history. And maybe that is still something that we can all get excited about one day. Sadly, it isn't today. And, you know, I've not got the energy that I usually have because of that fact. But, you know, hey, GTA 6 is on the horizon, so we can still look forward to that, despite being delayed. But hey, you all deserve to have to wait for a game just as much as I have. I really do feel for some of the members in the community as well. Like, some people have really dedicated their entire life and their, you know, prospective future on this game. Like, they've bet that they can develop servers and create mini games in this ecosystem. And so for that to all fall through is going to be a big loss. From the outside, I can totally see how it's easy to mock it and say, haha, we all knew Hightail was a flop from the start. We all knew it was going to fail. We've said it countless times. I mean, yeah, we get
I didn't even know there was that energy.
Imagine my
I honestly didn't even know there was that energy about the game, because like, I didn't think that. I just thought it looked really cool, man. I did. I guess it was, because he keeps saying it, doesn't he?
And my Twitter right now are just constant people reminding me of that. I take it as a noble loss, though, because honestly, covering Hightail was always going to be a big gamble. That's why no one in the world was doing it except me and maybe like 5 other people after a certain amount of years. For me, Quebec Corner was a long shot bet that didn't have much riding on it. I was always learning how to do YouTube through the channel, and I was always having fun making the content in my spare time when I wasn't doing my main job, so I was constantly benefiting from that. And as long as the team were putting out news, I was having fun covering it. If Hightail failed, I knew that this channel wasn't my full-time job and I wasn't relying on that. But the huge benefits I would have reaped from Hightail succeeding would have massively outweighed any loss that I'm facing today. So hopefully you can see that mentality and why I'm not super upset about the loss here. It's not like I've gambled away 6 years of my life. I have been doing other really cool fun.
Okay, it looks like they spent a lot of money on audio, right? For the game.
Fun stuff behind the scenes, traveling the world. Please make sure to go and support all of the team members that have been affected by this. I'll link some of their tweets in the description. This does give me permission.
Alright, damn, sucks to suck. I guess that, yeah, good video though. But yeah, Hightail is no more. It's done, dusted, dead. Sucks. It does suck because it was a game that looked cool, but as I say, going up against something like Minecraft and then taking as long as it did to release. Always an uphill battle, right? You know, even though it was trying to be something different, there was always going to be the comparisons, right? There's always going to be the comparisons, and yeah, it's not happening. It is not happening. It's done. So it's gone. It's a shame. It's a shame because, as I say, it was a game I was genuinely, I genuinely wanted to play it, man. Honestly, I'm kind of sad about it. I am genuinely kind of sad about it. It's, what's this here? Guys, can we just watch a video quickly? Time is he? It's 20 to 3. Shit, yeah. We'll watch this quickly.
There's one thing I like talking about.
And then we're getting into it. We're getting into it because I didn't want to stall for this long. Honestly, didn't want to stall for this long. Check Discord. What's happening in Discord? Hanging this clip on my wall. What's this? And I go into SawCon 2025. What is SawCon? What's that? I just fell into a trap. I've just fell into a trap in time. I just fell into a trap. Yeah. I think I've just fell into a trap, yeah. We need to create a new role in the Discord server for Dagger now. I knew it, Dagger, fuck you. We need to... Dickhead. We need to create a new role in the Discord server now. I've got to figure out an insult, a slur. Alright, let's check this one out then, shall we? Title caught my eye. I don't know what's going on here. Wuthering Waves is just a harem gacha slop. Okay. I'm assuming this isn't actually what's in the video, because this has got 220 likes and 2 dislikes. So are we talking about Doro's response to the 2.4 patch, which I think a lot of people did take Doro out of context, if I'm honest, because he was actually really positive about this patch. He just had some opinions on things that he wasn't a massive fan of, and they weren't even scathing opinions either. But as usual, people got really angry. So, yeah, I guess this is talking about Doro then.
It's differing opinions and critics of a game that I like. So I want to hear out Mr. Doro44, Mr. Hoyo44. Now, no hate to the guy at all. I'm fine with them. He does positive content. But he made a recent video talking about 2.4 of Wuthering Waves, and it seems like there is somebody who clipped one little part of this section of the whole video and criticized it. So, Genji CC attacks hate towards fan service and master love. If you don't like it, split your target audience. Also, there are lots of people complain about it, and hope Curl fixes it. So let's actually take a listen on what he's talking about.
I'll get this one out of the way because I know a lot of people don't like this. It's the trope where all the characters are just in love with Rover in the story.
Okay, let's first start off with saying everyone, and let's just say the minority, doesn't like this, because clearly if everyone didn't like it, it would not sell and it wouldn't work.
Wait,
but
did you say that?
Saying
Hope
Curl fixes it. So let's actually take a listen on what he's talking about.
I'll get this one out of the way because I know a lot of people don't like this. It's the trope where all the characters are just in love with Rover in the story.
Okay, let's first start off with saying everyone, and let's just say the minority, doesn't like this, because clearly if everyone didn't
He didn't say everyone. He said a lot.
It would not sell and it wouldn't work.
Am I deaf? He said a lot. He didn't say everybody, right?
But clearly, it's working. Look at games like Snowbreak, Containment Zone, Blue Archive. Like, those two games are literally the master love trope. Come on now. It works like a charm.
Story quest. Now with this one, it had me in the first half because I was like, oh, you know what? It seems like Lupa.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong about that. Some people get a bit tired of it, right? I do. I'm not against it, but I just think over time it gets a little bit long-winded and boring, right?
It isn't really
personally
like into Rover, right? They're just like partners in the story quest. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, finally. Like Lupa's not really into Rover. Cool. But then by the end, it kind of changed. And I won't spoil too much, but I was like, oh, okay, here we go again. And I know a lot of people in the Wool community aren't really liking that trope being used so much.
A lot as in the minority, because, well, majority of the Wuha community, when it comes to this kind of thing, like, it has been discussion for a while.
Yeah, I don't think this is a fair argument to rebut this. If you say a lot in the context of like a community, that people might see that as just saying the majority, but I don't see that. You've got these games have millions of people playing. Even if just like, let's say you've got 20 million people, right, playing the game. If like 1% of the player base feels a certain way, that's a lot. Like literally, that's a lot of people, right? Now he didn't say the majority or the mass, the bigger part of the community. You just said a lot, like.
While of saying, man, why is everyone obsessed with Rover? Even the guys are obsessed with Rover, and well, I just like that fact. Well, not even just I like it, but most people are fine with having an MC being, you know, the MC, right? Down with the days of having Aether basically being the main MC of open world gacha games and not even doing his MC job at all, just being the cameraman while everybody else does the work for him and he's just there. Like, it's that bad. Like, why is Aether just not doing jack? But when we finally get an MC that does everything, that's like doing everything, doing his own thing. I mean, with the whole 2.2 situation, he was like, I'm gonna do my own way to save both of you guys, and that is badass.
Also boring. I'm sorry. You know, you've got a Mary Sue character that aura farms. Aura farming is cool, right? There's moments that you have aura farm moments like, fuck, that was badass. Rover ain't got much more than being an aura farmer, in my opinion.
So
I'm sorry.
Why are we trying to have this whole thing of, Everyone hates this. Everyone doesn't like it. Well, here's the thing. People don't...
This is a straw man. Dude didn't say everyone hates this or everyone dislikes it. Dude's creating an argument that was never made now. He said a lot of people. He said a lot of people, right? He didn't say everyone. I think we're being a little bit disingenuous about what Doro said here.
Some people don't want like an Aether. They just don't want Aether again. They actually want the MC that they're playing feel strong, feel powerful, feel like they actually are important to the game, and not just, I'm gonna walk around and let everybody else do everything for me. No.
Again, why is it when we talk about Wuthering Waves, why does it always have to go back to Hoyo? Like, when we're talking about critical things in the game, right? Why can't we just talk about it in the vacuum of Hoyo? I mean, of Kuro, and say like, well, actually, I disagree with that statement because this, and this. But people go, well, yeah, but it's better than Genshin. Okay. Insightful.
But I do think that Kuro has been getting that feedback a lot, so hopefully they fix it for the future. Now, the other thing I'm kind of like on, and I just feel like, why did we add this, is the bathing mechanic. They added a mechanic where you can go into like a bath and you can invite other characters and then take a bath with them. And you can like select their spot and then you can go into first person mode and like look at them and like take photos with them. Like, did we have to really add that? Which takes me actually to my next point, which I'm kind of like 50-50 on, are the swimsuit skins. Chang Li's is actually really pretty and I like it. It's tasteful. But Carlotta's, like, it's just out. And I get it. Swimsuits look like that. I don't know. You might be...
Okay. I did not think we were gonna get that take. Wait, what? Are we on?
Let me let him cook.
Okay. So let's break this down real quick. So he talked about this, the whole spa with the characters. It's whatever. Basically, if you want to invite characters, who cares? All right, genuinely, who cares? It is the most optional thing you can do in Septimon, right? It's optional. But we go into swimsuits.
Really add that? Which takes me actually to my next point, which I'm kind of like 50-50 on, are the swimsuit skins. Chang Li's is actually really pretty and I like it. It's tasteful. But
So Chang Li's is tasteful because it's not showing a lot. But when we go to Carlotta's one-piece swimsuit being all out, it's just like, okay, what? What?
I don't agree with Doro's opinion here because it's just a swimsuit, right? I guess it seems a bit weird when you're fighting monsters that you're wearing a swimsuit, but it's just a swimsuit. But this is such a like white bread take. Like, dude was just like, you know, not really into the swimsuits. Okay, all right, cool. I don't agree because I think it looks pretty good, actually. It does look good. Why? I don't understand why that... Why is that offensive?
You know what? This point right here actually makes no sense to me. I'm not even lying with y'all. I can't even... I don't even know.
Oh, Stunlocked.
This one, it makes
the fact that he doesn't like a swimsuit
sense at all. And then he just starts going in talking about like how Doro is and all that kind of stuff, talk about the characters and all that kind of jazz, and how he's like indifferent because, you know, he plays Hoyo games. Obviously he plays Hoyo games. He's more what's the word I'm looking for? Not prudent. That's the wrong word. That's literally the wrong word I'm looking for. He's more complacent to this game, to the Hoyo games, and not like the others, and not like the competitors, obviously. But there's one image that was made, and I found this hilarious. He was talking about all like the fan service.
It just feels like a generic swimsuit rather than... Oh yeah, Chang Li's definitely looks better. Like it's got a lot more design to it for sure. But like, you know, I'm like, okay, I think their initial skins look better anyway. For me, I want a skin to either add something that's like, it just looks cool, different, or it's better, right? Like, Carlotta in a swimsuit looks great, right? Let's simp, right? You know what I mean? But for me, personally, it's like Jinsei, right? I got called a broke bitch, basically, when I said I thought Jinxie's skin was a little bit pricey for what it was, for me personally, right? Because I think the Jinxie initial skin looks better than Jinxie's skin. Now, I'm not saying Jinxie's skin's a bad skin, because it's not a bad skin. It looks cool, and like the effects are all cool. But Jinxie looks cooler in her original skin. Like, if I'm gonna spend money on a skin, personally, I want it to either like fit a role that's just like, you know, oh, this is different and kind of like dope, or yo, this looks so fucking good. For me, you know, I think that doesn't look better than the initial skin, personally. It's, you know.
Service, the master love. Why are they doing this in this game? Well, if you guys pay attention, Noelle and Aether, that is Castorice hugging Trailblazer, Keyless, Fireflying Keyless, Silali, which got even crazier. Mind you, I learned a few more things about Silali, that she literally gives Aether her keys to her own house, which I've never heard of a female doing that shit before. If a female gives her keys, her own keys, or make a separate keys and gives it to you so you can come into her house at any moment, yeah, that means you gotta keep her. You somehow gotta keep her, alright? Then we have Faith and oh my god, I just said, yeah, Faith and Vivian doing, oh my god, Vivian is such a massive fanboying simp, and then Astra basically just trying to be with Wise. I mean, let's just be honest.
So, let me just understand this argument. Doro says a lot of players don't like the harem stuff, right? Okay. Which I think is, who knows? Anecdotal. We don't know the numbers, right? But I think it's a fair statement to take. You might be wrong, but I think it's a fair statement. He never said the majority. He never said everybody. And he just said a lot, right? There's a lot of people who play these games. So even if a small amount, a minority of the player base think that, that's a lot of people. Why are we doing this now? Like, I don't understand how this, like, what does it prove? That there's some stuff like that in Genshin. Okay. Again, this thing of but Genshin, I just don't get the.
And then people call Wuthering Waves the harem slop when we had so many good moments, like good quality story moments. And yes, do they do the fan service with the characters? Yes, they do. I'm not gonna say that at all. I'm not gonna say they don't do fan service sometimes or have characters connect with each other. But I find it hilarious that we are just going to judge. We're going to judge Wuthering Waves, the competitor, and critique it mad hard for some of this stuff. But we're not going to talk about, you know, the games that you play. We're not going to try to go off on these games too. Like, he could have said, oh yeah, Hoyoverse also does this kind of stuff too with some of its characters as well. Which I don't like that.
Well, I don't think he could actually, because I'm pretty sure. Hold up a second. I just want to double check something here before I say this. I don't think he actually could. He could say other games, because if you watch this video, he does say other games. He doesn't specifically mention Genshin, and I think there's a reason why. #ad, #Wua. This is a sponsored video. Kuro have sponsored this video for him to make this video. And I'm pretty sure that sponsored content with Wuthering Waves, that don't want you to talk about the other games in a negative light. So if you mention other games, I think they want you to just say the other titles. They don't want you to specifically start like denigrating Genshin, Star Rail, all that sort of stuff. So there's I could be incorrect here. I don't exactly know what Kuro expect from him as an individual, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. They're not going to be wanting him to say, yeah, Genshin does this too, and I don't like this, and oh, this is better in this than it is in Genshin. Because I'm pretty sure if you watch this video, there's multiple times when he's speaking about Genshin, he just says other gachas that I play, you know?
Not really either. If he said that, I think people would have been fine with it. But the fact that he decided to basically go in, well, not really go in, but yeah, basically go in on.
I'm sorry, like, I don't know this dude. He's probably a chill dude, yeah, but this is what happens when you get lost in the sauce, man. You know, I'm sorry. This is what happens when you get lost in the sauce and you see it as, like, always doom posting attacks. Is that going in? Bro did not go in, man. Come on now. Come on, guys. Let's stop being soft. Let's stop being soft, man.
Wuthering Waves on all of its quote-unquote fan service problems and the MC getting glazed by everybody, even the dudes. But then we go to here, Miyabi has a joke where she is basically gonna like meet. There was a joke with Miyabi where you're her wife, and then like you meet her, you're gonna meet her dad. Yanagi said that. Yanagi says something about like you meeting Miyabi's dad and basically becoming the father, being the new father or something like that. It was some wild lines. Also, like the whole movie theater event too. Remember the movie theater event that just came out recently in 2.0? Yeah, that event where you literally are sitting down with movies with random NPCs, mainly the females. And it's like, so we're really going to call Wuwa the overtly...
There you have it. I said this in my last video. You know, this is that parasocial, even though you can't be parasocial with a company, that parasocial relationship of when people speak about the game, they say my, us, our. It's like they're talking about the game you're playing, man. They're not talking about your bloodline, bro. You know? I think that's where people get a little bit twisted. They're a little bit too deep in the sauce, man. Again, as I say, this dude's probably chill. I've never seen his content before. I'm not judging him as a person here, but bro's a little bit lost in the sauce here.
Waifu baity game. But
why are you watching Drama Stop? It's just something that interested me to check out. I'm just curious.
And have been turning it up lately. Is the problem? I don't know. It's pretty much a weird scenario.
I don't think it is, man.
I'm not just gonna.
I think the people who are reacting to Doro here are being weird. Honestly, the people on Twitter, the people who've been making videos about it, yeah.
He can critique the game. I don't care if people can critique Wuthering Waves. Like I said, you can critique any game. It doesn't matter. But when you're critiquing, especially with games that you play that do the same thing, if not more, yeah, bro, you can't be that hypocritical about it either. You got it.
Again, it was a sponsored video, so he wouldn't likely be even able to do that, right? Kuro are pretty kind of cool when it comes to, like, you know, critique the game, say what you got to feel. But I'm pretty sure it's part of their terms with the sponsors of don't shit on other games, right? That's one of the things they don't want you to do. So I don't even think he would have been able to do that if he'd have wanted to. I don't know. I could be wrong. He could have maybe gone about it in a different way to allude to it, sure. But just because he didn't, it doesn't take away from that take. You know, every time you say something that, oh, that smells a bit over there. Well, you didn't say that fucking smells. Like, all right, sorry. I guess it does.
Gotta do both games. Put both games side by side and be like, yeah, they both do the same thing, but one clearly is pushing it a lot crazier than the other. And yes, both games do have good moments as well. Let's not even throw that out there. Both games got good world building and characters. But man, this was a funny video, I will say. But let me know in the comments what you think about this situation. This was pretty funny. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, I lost brain cells watching that video. I'm sorry. I need to cleanse myself with some Arknights. Chat. Yeah. I lost brain cells watching that. Please yap on something worth yapping. Yeah, the title just got my eye. I apologize for putting you through it, chat. But yeah. What a nothing burger, right? What an absolute nothing burger. This is what I mean. This is like in my previous video, which I spoke about with like the attacks on Marco. Like, man, people get so bent out of shape about somebody's opinions. Like, fuck. Sad, man. It's really weird. It's really cringe. Sorry, but it really is. You know? It's just really cringe, man. And like I said, these ain't even kids. Like, I don't know how old that dude is. I'm sure he's a young bloke, but like, he sounds like an adult. Or at least over the age of 15. You know? Let me get me audio on a second here. I'm not even specifically just calling it. I'm on about that, like, this is what I think the Wibber space, like... I mean, this is what the Wibber space does to a lot of people. And not everybody's like it, but honestly, man, it's wild, brother. It's wild, brother. What's in the mail? Give me your rundums. Let me just quickly spam some bases here. Get me credits, guys. Get me credits.
Is this how you greet Texas? Is this how you...
I need the Men in Black mind wipe.
Is this how... Is this how...
This is worse than the time you reminded us of Arknights cringe ads. That is bad. The whole time I was listening till I clicked to I had fingers for eyebrows because I couldn't believe we're actually going down the high school levels. Yeah. It's wild, isn't it, man? It's really wild.
Is this how you...
And like I say, I'm not calling that dude's content out. I've seen that video, right? I think he had some pretty poor takes. Doesn't mean he's a bad dude or a bad content creator, right? But again, this is what I was saying. Like, it doesn't feel fun to make content in the Wibber space anymore because everybody's so highly strung, right? And I've heard the defense from some CCs saying that, oh yeah, but Wibber's been attacked since before it came out. All right, so okay, all right, get over it. You know, I ain't saying that them people, maybe the stuff that we're saying weren't wrong, but like, who cares? You know, it's if it's inducing stress upon thee, yeah, you need to go touch some grass, right? Yeah, you need to touch some grass. Seriously, get it between your toes, man. You really do need it. I do need a day where I really start fucking farming my bases, man. My base is
always so lively.
Estate chat. I'm so lazy with it as well. I'm so lazy with it.
Oh, I wonder if the people. Whoa! I bet.
Whoa, dude! Oh my god! Yo, killer, killer.
この壁ならいけそう。あ、いや、なんでもない。
Have I not got what's it for this? Yeah, I need to sort my base out. I'm just too lazy, bro. Straight up, too lazy. Got no excuse. Pure laziness. Pure laziness.
I'm back.
We really need to get some what's it sorted out here as well, so we got some quick slots. Because it's a mush. It's a mush.
My instinct tells me.
How are the protective measures here?
Should I patrol this area?
Please send me somewhere that sunlight can never touch.
Man, dude. It's because I keep switching units around to build stuff willy-nilly as well. And not actually
if you need
sending units to go rest up like.
Care to take a peek? And don't turn on the lights, little handy.
Yeah, my place is a mess, bro.
Little handy? Hello?
Wait, what? A little handy?
All right.
That's rude.
There's the switch.
Inefficiency maxing, yes, that's what we do. I do need to have like a day where I do sort the base out. I really do. I need to get it all in order. Yeah, whatever. I'm bored with that now. Let's get back to the story, man. Let's get back to the story. Send them to the rest zone, man. Oh yeah, actually I forgot. Yeah, you're right. I'll do that in a bit. I'm super lazy with the base, man. I really am. I need a base manager. You know, I need a base manager. I need a Mr. Pokey account manager, right? I'd rather listen to Hightail discontinue and then watch that video again. Was he that bad? Base building experience is definitely going to ass. I don't even. I think it's well, yeah. It doesn't pull me in. It doesn't pull me in. Spot filler content when I see one. I was gonna say, man, that's like 90% of my content. New menu theme in the store, by the way. Oh, is he? Where? Where am I looking? Where am I looking? Is it in the packs? Rather do base manually than listening to the video again. Is it this one? Oh, it is kind of nice though. I do kind of like it actually. It's clean, isn't it? It's clean. It's kind of expensive though. Was it 30? It's kind of expensive. If you're a broke boy, just say so.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate! Not worth. Not worth. You don't have $5. Bro, I'm a streamer. I'm broke. Nah, jokes, but I'm planning to spend some money maybe on the like the U-banner and stuff. You know, almost 10 pulls. Is that how much it is? Think about the phone. Well, that's what I'm thinking about, man. It includes... Oh, does it? What's the lobby background music? The theme is worthy. $5 a month. Yeah, I did. I bought the $5 pack, the monthly pack on Zenless again yesterday. I bought that. Oh, shit, I need to log into Zenless actually because I've got to log in over the days for that one. All right, guys. Last time we finished up at 6:12. We've got the story a little bit to watch here. And then we continue on with the MSQ, guys. With the MSQ. The theme's really good. You can come to my stream and watch 5 hours a day and you don't have $5. Wait, you can come to my stream and watch 5 hours a day and you don't have $5. You know how much YouTube pays? I do have $5, but you know how much YouTube pays for a stream? I probably earn like 12 cents for streaming to like 150 people. You know? I don't think you understand how little YouTube pays, right? But yeah, anyway, all right. 12 cents? What a steal! You're not a real fan. Randy, get off your fucking alt account. If you're a broke boy, just say so. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Come, Adam, bring warm water. Dad? Ah, what's going on here? She's alive. Great. She's alive. Thank the ancestors. Adam, move it. Dad? 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 Yes, I'm Dad. I don't think that's Dad. Yes, yes, I'm Dad, certainly. Sounding pretty soft. Sounding pretty soft. Is I can't even talk. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Hold Daddy's hand and don't let go. Dad, I'm so cold. Don't sleep, my daughter. Stay with us. Her body temperature keeps dropping. Mishka, do something. No way to tilt the flow. It's cold. Daddy, I'm cold. Daughter, my daughter, hold on. Daddy, don't ever leave me again. (10:48 a.m.) Ruins of Chernobog, District 14. Upper superstructure levels. Full frost nova. Hate to be a bother. I'm awake. You didn't kill me while I was unconscious? Is that confidence or something else? This sort of thing has happened before. I didn't have a choice. In any case, you didn't. Probably because you've been talking in your sleep. I'll take that as a sign that you've shown mercy. If I don't kill you, I'd call that returning the favour. Have you explored our surroundings? Couldn't find a way out, could you? Looks like we won't be able to leave this place for a while. My father, As I call him, he's named Buldrockers T and was once an officer in the Ursus military. Buldrockers T. But my real father died a long time ago. As a child, I vaguely remember a man taking a crossbow bolt to protect a woman, and the woman took me in her arms and stopped the second volley of bolts with her spine. Did he take an arrow to the knee? Though. But he didn't. You witnessed it with your own eyes. I couldn't even comprehend what was happening at the time, and this memory just happened to never fade. As for what really happened, it was my grandfather who told me all about it later. When I pressed my grandmother for the meaning of that vision, and she had no more excuses, she told me, they were your real parents, and they died protecting you. You're a wizard, Harry. The funny thing is, I don't know them at all. I don't have any memories of them in my mind other than that vision. My own parents were just forgotten. It's hard for me to even say I have any feelings for them. So your grandmother raised you? Half and half. The other half was the blood of the Ursus infected. What? Ugh. I do like these backstories as well for some of the characters that we come up against, you know? I really do. It really does help to the world building, right? I hope we get this. Sorry to segue. I hope we get all this in Enfield. I was born in the mine in the northwest tundra. The mine was small and remote, not part of any city, and there are with no settlements around. There was nothing to see but snow all year round. This mine was hell, built only to spread death and slavery. There are countless such mines in the snowy plains. My birth parents were miners in that hellish pit, so were all the infected just sent there, yeah, to basically slave the mines, yeah? My grandmother stayed with me through my early years of learning to speak, but she never told me what crimes my parents committed to be sentenced to mine labour. Later, when I was a little older, I asked around in the mines and learned that both of my parents had opposed the Emperor's wartime plans. Oh, okay. Their arrest was also an accident. The bottom two lines of the arrest warrant were blank, so the sergeant in charge of the search haphazardly copied the name on the door plate. Without trial, my parents lost their names and moved from their warm little town to the cold Northlands to serve a centuries-long sentence. Of course, no one would ever live to see that, let alone ever leave alive. My grandmother was sentenced to the mines together as a harbourer of criminals and moved with them. In fact, all the miners there had very similar experiences. Naturally, both of my parents contracted erypathy. Oh, okay. All the miners. So there was an infected when they went down there. Okay. Now, even if you escape this mine, no one believe a word you said. You're just an infected person, the most horrible, vicious, and extreme of the erypathy patients. However, the overseer of the mine, a certain Ursus military garrison, believed that the natural death rate of the infected was still too slow. They drew straws to decide the fates of the erypathy sufferers, killing them for fun and sport. Maybe it was the miners that drove them crazy, rather than the snow, and maybe the infected didn't count as human in their eyes. Damn! Man, hey, look, that's fucked up, but this is what I love about Ark Knights, right, man? I love these gritty, dark shit, man. It's fucking dope, yeah. When I was 5, my parents drew the black lot. When I was 10, my grandmother drew the black lot. When I was 11, I drew the black lot myself. But it didn't matter. They didn't care about the lottery anymore. They just wanted to abandon the whole mine. By that time, all the adult infected in the mines had died out, and the Emperor's new policies had left the mines starved of people. Under orders, the Ursus overseers prepared to go ahead and execute the last of the infected, a few sick children. Afterwards, they would collapse the mines to serve as mass graves for the infected to cover up their sins. I learned later in my travels that they do this all the time. Jeez. I was sad. I was in pain. I had broken a lot of ore. I lived with other kids in the mines. We loved each other, and we were all going to die for nothing. Strong feelings hatched in my chest. The deaths of both my parents, my grandmother played vividly in my mind. When the execution started, my heart erupted from within, killing the 4 soldiers carrying out the execution. Of course, I didn't have the power to turn things around. The children were mere cattle to the overseers, who, as soldiers, carried sharp blades and wore solid armour, and we were like bugs who just managed to sting them. The cries of my siblings reached my ears, just as they knocked me to the ground, and the final wave of slaughter was about to begin. This is what I'm saying. This is why I like the antagonists in this game, and you know, Reunion, the infected, and all this sort of stuff, and how, like, you know, again, doing terrible things, You get it right. You get it right. Okay, yeah. A guerrilla band arrived. That was Bulldrocker's T's team. Oh, is that Patriot? All the Ursus soldiers guarding the infected on the northern tundra have dreams, and this squad is their worst nightmare. If I was Frostnova, I would crash out as well. Right? Right? Valid crash out, actually. You seem proud of them. If I could be, I would be. They killed every last executioner right before us, and the infected children in the mine escaped. It's just... the blood of my less fortunate companions and that of the dead soldiers flowed together and crystallized into ice on the inhumanely white ground. And I realized something in that moment. These Ursus soldiers were just following orders. At first, they shed the same blood as us. Words and stories and fabricated animosity planted the root of cruelty and indifference in their bodies. It was Ursus that turned them into this. Please, do me a favour. In the left pocket of my jacket, there are some candies. Take one. You can also take one for yourself if you want to try it. Take two. Oh, looks like you've got a taste for snacks after all. Just a warning, I've got a sweet tooth. The sugar may be completely different from anything you've ever had before. Life is short. You should try something new, right? Is it crack? Then what? Please put the candy in my mouth. Careful not to touch my skin. Like this. From my fingertips to my neck, I'm paralysed. I can only move from the neck up. But I can still freeze you instantly with even the slightest movement of my tongue. Damn. So don't worry. If you offend me, you'll be dead soon enough. Thank you. It tastes extremely spicy. The look on your face. Sorry, couldn't resist teasing you a bit. I've made that joke so many times that no one falls for it anymore. And now at last, I saw a chance. Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. Why do you eat this stuff? Because I'm cold. I told you to be careful because even if you touch just the tiniest bit of my skin, you'll get severe frostbite. If you had touched me before, I would have been able to tell by your reaction. You didn't. You didn't try to kill me. This phenomenon is beyond the accounts of extant academic sources. Words! My cold goes beyond winter itself. The heat from the outside world cannot penetrate the bitter cold that surrounds my body. I love hot drinks because I can feel the warmth of the drink as hot stream slides down my esophagus and into my stomach. Hey yo. Sadly, my insides get burned by hot drinks. The only pleasure I have left is this mix of alcohol and stimulating spices with a little candy, if you can call it that. Man, she give it a good curry and a lager and she'd be loving it. That's what she needs. She needs a good curry with a good strong lager, and I think she'll be a happy girl. This warm feeling, even if it's only a brief illusion, brings me a bit of comfort. Sorry for teasing you earlier. So you just said it was cold because neuropathy created this horrible body of mine. At that moment, however, Bulldrocker's tease held my ice cold body that had never known warmth close to his chest. He didn't care at all that I'd frozen his unarmoured arms to the point of partial necrosis. I'm not sure if it was the emotions he was feeling at the time that infected me or not, but I stayed awake and survived in the end. So Bulldrocker's tease became your father? Did he become harmless then? He's my whole family. As a young child, it was all I had. Like I said, I don't remember much about my birth father. Subconsciously, I did indeed thought of the huge beast as my real family. Hard to say. Wait, is Bulldrocker T's Patriot? She said the thing. She said the thing. That's what it's called. It's just that despite his appearance, he's sentimental and stubborn in places. And isn't it funny that such a man used to be a killing machine for Ursus? Oh, that is Patriot. I didn't know that was his name. It's not funny, is it? Can't laugh either. He was once a war hero of Ursus, who retired to a certain city-state in his old age. As a soldier of Ursus, fighting for the infected. If you don't take Ursus at their word, you'll see that he's in good company, although there is only one. He's only one that the infected call patriot. His wife died young, and he survived by his son. By the way, he's a Sarkaz from the most vicious Sarkaz clan at that. Still, his son became a scholar, a Wendigo scholar, perhaps the first in the history of Ursus. Buldrocker Tees contracted erypathy during his last battle. His men helped him hide his illness, and he had even hidden everything from his own son. He didn't want to drag his son down with him, only to die in some dark corner of the world with the disease. However, during the Great Rebellion, his son was campaigning for the rights of the infected. Long out of touch with his father, the son still sees him as an Ursus puppet. And he was. I commanded him to keep order in his own ranks at all costs. He allowed the soldiers to use their weapons. Conflict erupted and corpses piled in the snowdrifts. That's who he was. Then he saw his son on the street, his body by then completely cold. I wonder if he thought of his son when he hugged me. His son fought for the infected in his own way, and Buldrocker Tees believed he had killed his own son. His team left with him. Since then, the Northwest Tundra has had a guerrilla force that strikes fear into the hearts of Ursus who dare to abuse the infected. Old Beast never said a word of any of this to me. He probably does think of me as his daughter, but I also want him to tell me this stuff, in his own words, to me. Buldrocker T. I learned it all from his men. But Buldrocker T, you know, himself won't speak to anyone. That monster of stubborn old man was fragile and a porous heart. His team had passed through 4 mines before saving us children. The kids in those 4 camps weren't as lucky as us. They found their bodies buried in the collapsed mines, and the company of soldiers that carried out the executions were nowhere to be found. What did he find in me? Affection? Redemption? Or a little psychological comfort? I'm not sure. Is coughing and internal bleeding also a symptom of your infection? Probably. Maybe. Probably just a result of me overusing my arts. It got pretty intense today. This sort of thing has happened only once before. Unconsciousness, general paralysis, and the inability to move around even when conscious have all happened. I know my own body. You can't use your arts again? Were you going to fight for me now? Rhodes Islander? What do I call you? You can call me what the Rhodes Island operators do. Doctor. Dr. Pixeltree. Yeah, you know my name. Yeah. Kind of a big deal around here. Yeah. Just ask anybody. They'll tell you the truth. I admit that you Rhodes Islanders can fight, but I still don't trust you. Not to mention the fact that you're supposed to be a pharmaceutical company. Rhodes Island does a lot of things. What happens outside of combat is none of my business. I watch you fight in Chernobog. You have a strong stance, something I confirmed with my own eyes, but I couldn't judge your character. I heard that Alex died at your hands. It makes me doubt your path. Now, I can't let you leave Chernobog and cause more harm to Reunion's infected. You're willing to listen to so much of my crap? I'm going to assume you're not exactly as other infected describe. They're just scared. You wouldn't be afraid of the one who brings death. Dr. Pixeltree, are you scared right now? I'm not sure. Do you really feel fear? I doubt it. If you look so peaceful in the face of death, then I think maybe you really have no attachments at all. A question I think about all the time. Am I afraid of death? I've heard that Ursus garrisons call me the Yeti Princess, the Wintry Death. The truth is, we were just a few ragtag squads wandering the tundra, barely scraping by. My arts were powerful. I proved as much to my enemies and teammates alike. Of course, my body, as you can see, is only that of an erypathy sufferer. I felt special, not because of my illness, but because of the feelings my frost instilled in me. I saw my ability as a blessing. A Buldrocker Tees, that grumpy old fart, treated it like a curse. Bro! This game writes characters way fucking better than we were, in my opinion. Like, I'm sorry. I couldn't feel the cold as we waded through the deep mud in the swamp. Icy water soaking my legs. Hey, I've got to stop doing that. I'm turning into a Wira person. Always comparing it to Wira. Wuthering Waves? Gacha tribalism. Minus... My Kurobot balance is lacking, man. I need to start the glazing. I need to start the glazing. Oh yeah, like if I was doing this at home, like I wouldn't say I'm a fast reader, but I can read at a decent pace, like. I'm enjoying taking the story at a decent pace, so. Oh man, I trapped some killing today. I did back yesterday. And damn. The old man wouldn't let go into battle, even as his soldiers took heavy casualties. He lit his oil lamp and sat quietly at the table by himself. I think he was crying, but I couldn't be sure, and I didn't know if I should comfort him. In my 5th year, I summoned a cold stream for the first time in the face of the enemy. One soldier was frozen into a block of ice. Another accidentally fell on the block, and they both shattered into pieces. Damn. I joined the fight. The soldiers looked at me in awe. My brothers and sisters were proud of me, and one of the infected said, "That's our big sister. She saved all our lives." Did my art actually save anyone? The children from the mine carried the Originium crystals I had made, and we became the Yeti squad. Those crystals radiate my cold, and we bring frost and vengeance to the enemies of the infected. But that's really just cold. The cold of winter that won't birth new life. Even so, I feel very lucky for my brothers and sisters could survive. We could live in this world. Have you ever wanted to coexist with ordinary people? Ordinary people? What do you mean by ordinary people? The unarmed but cold-eyed citizens of Chernobog who watch the infected being put to death? Or the Ursus conscripts in the mines who take pleasure in shooting us? Every time I think of the faces of those overseers, I grit my teeth and fantasize about slitting their throats and drinking their blood. But I don't hate the Ursus. As our guerrillas trudged through the snow, retreated from the valley, and were even chased by the Ursus army, it was the Ursus who would put a few cups of bread brew in their windows. The Ursus have never been cold-blooded creatures. The only enemy I have is the empire of Ursus that tormented the infected soul. I don't think of ordinary people as the enemy. Ursus who are taught to hate the infected are just ordinary people until they are blinded by that hate. It's only because enemies kill each other that we've fought as we have. That's all. I'm an infected person, yes. But before that, I was a normal person. What about what Reunion is doing now? My main conflict with Baldrocker T is in his work to protect the infected community. Reunion, first name that infected can rely on. No matter where Reunion goes, no matter what it does, we cannot abandon it. To lose Reunion is to lose infected conviction. Fight for conviction. That's what the old man says. That's what the old man believes. Why do you keep pausing like that? Because that's how he talks now. I was just preserving his cadence. Doctor, do you know where Rhodes Island is a nameless pharmaceutical company? Because you can't take a stand on the world stage. As soon as you take that step, you'll become what Reunion is now. You will go down this road. Maybe. After a dozen years of rolling around on the tundra, an infected woman reached out to us. She said, "Come with me and let us break all chains." Imagine it. We met in the ruins of an old city that had become a battlefield. She was alone, carrying nothing but her roster and a book of ledgers. Even the things she said I found impractical to the point of ridiculousness. Is she talking about? Is she talking about? But she said to us, "Come with me." She fought with us, and with her strength and ideals, she became our friend. Together we left the snowy plains and headed for the cities of Ursus. Whether was the word she spat out after pausing to think of her swing, her great sword as she slashed alongside me. Her power was real and plenty impressive. When the wounded needed treatment, she was there. When discussing strategy and philosophy, the infected, she was there. And when fighting against Ursus death squads, she was also there. We even get to dine with some regular people. She didn't care. There was nothing in her eyes but the purest authenticity. Our team grew, and so did our friendships. The people brought in were good at fighting, and they were good people. At the time, I considered her my friend. She quietly helped me make those candies, even though she was terrible at it and they tasted worse. She made a funny face as she ate them, then she'd force a smile at me. It was really something. She worked so hard to put on a brave face. It made me laugh. Everything's different now. Chernobog was destroyed by a catastrophe, as you can well see. All the normal people here died or became newly infected. Their eyes were dead. No desire to live anymore whatsoever. If this is what she wanted, then we never should have allowed her. In any case, and in case you didn't know, here's a secret. She's planning to take over Lungmen. She says it won't be like Chernobog, and that the infected will get their own city instead of a giant ruin like this place. Would you trust someone like that? If she's acting, then she's the greatest actress the world has ever seen. There's a thought stuck in my head. What are my chances of winning if I went up against her? Once we part ways, once I find out she's been lying to the infected, or that she's been plotting against them, I will fight her. She must know the price of betrayal. My countless deadly battles with Ursus have cleansed my mind and honed my skills. I say with the utmost conviction, even if I cannot defeat her, I can let death take her from the world along with me. A stubborn old man wouldn't agree with me. He's fought too long, and his old age is driving him down a path that leads only to sacrifice. You don't agree with your father's ways? He's strong against his enemies, and he's loyal to his friends. But when he needs to stand up for them, he will face the reality that his friends make him weak. The old man who has believed in people all his life, the old curmudgeon, never thinks about what to do after being betrayed. Maybe he's already taken that bitter pill. He bore the pain of betrayal over and over again his whole life, and he said nothing. Whether it's an infected who heard about Reunion and decided to join up, or an infected who feels they can get away with anything, Reunion is factionalizing and our leaders are doing nothing to stop it. I would definitely go back to Chernobog after the Lungmen business is over. This time, I must face her, because I am not for this world. I promised my brothers I'd find a home for everyone. Before I fall, I have to make good on my promise. Why are you telling me all this? Because the look in your eyes tells me that you're not just another executioner. I'm not sure if I am. It's best to doubt yourself. It's the only way you won't go through life fanatically convinced of something. Do you hear voices outside? It sounds like they're digging above us. My body is... well, I can move my fingers already. Thank you. Did I do something? Thanks for helping me pass the time. Doctor, I'd like to make a bet with you. If your people dig us out first, I will kill all of you in the blink of an eye. If my brothers and sisters break through first, your life ends here. Want to bet? Wait, did I read that wrong then? Character development, nuance is much better. Is much better in this game so far for me. We got ice crystals, dronies. Got lots of dronies. Okay. Alright, let's switch some units out here. Switch some units out here, shall we? Let's get gravel out. Cruise. Let's get cruising.
The wilds?
Shall we drop Fang and maybe bring in... should we bring in Jessica as well, maybe? Who we got in the squad then at the minute? Silence. We got tea applesauce in here as well. Which skill is better for her? Attack plus 70, range expands, reduce attack interval significantly. She heals off attack share. Let's give it a go, because I haven't really used her properly. So I've only used her on that Harold boss, and obviously I'm getting battered on that, so kind of hard to know what I was doing. Yeah, I think we'll roll with it. I don't know whether to take another defender, actually. Maybe... let's see how this goes, and then we'll switch it up if we need to. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Ah, the parade's here.
Ah!
Good scenery here,
Let's
Doctor.
get Myrtle in. Let's get Myrtle in. Oh, bitch. Maybe we could have done with like somebody like Gravel then. I fucked up already. can't hit the skill yet, can I? Because he's gonna hop on past, yeah. Does he go up to blocking 2 when his skill's on? Yeah, block this one. Yeah. What's the range on these things now? Okay, so she's just dead shot. We're getting hit with the cold anyway, yeah.
Alright.
Hey, Pixel Tree Ruin Wooer! Wait, what?
You'll pay for that.
You just finished your stages this morning. Nice, nice. S2 is usually better for her. Okay. Big mod me so I can ban dumb person. Welcome back, Laura. Did the brain rot video scare you off? Yeah. As I say, I've never used her, so I don't know what the deal is with her.
Arching charging.
Oh, I'm getting hit by them anyway, right? I'm getting hit by them anyway. Really need her to be like doing some attacks, oh yeah.
Again today, little apple.
She's just getting hit hard there. Hold up.
Not one step backward.
Shit, I'm about to get obliterated, I think. Fuck, when am I going to drop that? This unit placement's poor, man. I think I could have done with, like, Perfumer, man. I'm not going to lie. Shit.
This. Focus up.
Not one step backward.
Okay, we're getting fucked. We're getting fucked.
Solid positioning.
But that dude's about to rock through now, yeah. Fuck. Okay, we leaked. We leaked. We leaked. Okie dokie. Alright, let's have a look.
Ahead with confidence and don't look back.
What to do here then? I think I might whip out Perfumer, man. Daenerys drones controlled by the Yeti squadron are capable of inflicting arts damage in an area upon our operators, as well as inflicting the cold status. Please prioritize taking them down. Would be good to get the Lappy ult out, yeah, so she can maybe start attacking them while they're stationary over there as well. Okay, I think we can work with this team that we got. Yeah, we just need to deploy a bit differently, don't we? Yeah.
You people, I don't think I'll even remember your faces after this one.
Anyway. Can we destroy these? There's no way to not be hit by them, is there? I guess you just want to be up front with these, yeah.
Sleep on the job. There you are.
Can't destroy it, okay. You just got to tank them then. Oh shit. Alright, yeah. Bad move putting her on there, yeah. Okay. Bravo. Maybe let's just put her further forward then, maybe? For the time being. So crews can help back her up and cover the aerial units, yeah.
Stay focused. Look straight ahead. I won't sleep on the job. Good scenery here, Doctor. There you are. Alright,
let's get these guys down. Let's get
I have to get serious now. Here I am.
It's been 2,000 years of finally playing the... What is it from Titanic? It's been 84 years or however long it's been. Oh shit, man, we need fuck.
Solid positioning. Here I am.
Us.
Ooh, gather around me, guys.
I need to get Lappy ult in here as well, man.
Your weapons are right at your fingertips.
I'll show them what I can do.
Oof. Oof. Maybe we would have been better putting essentially actually right. Fuck.
Got it.
Kind of a wasted placement. We could have probably relied on Lappy just dealing with that, yeah. Shit. Need to get some healers on the go now, don't we? Fuck, bro. Lappy just got murdered.
Show me what you got. There you are.
Oh, yeah, man. We're struggling here, boys. We're struggling here, boys. Oh, man. I'm getting murdered. Getting absolutely murdered. We needed the heals out, yeah. Shit. Healers should have been out a little bit earlier, right?
Target mark. Just try me.
Fuck, that drone's about to just roll through again, yeah. Son of a bitch. Alright. Get those healers out earlier. We should be okay. We might need a couple more units that deal with aerial, yeah. For the freezes, maybe, or maybe if we just get the healers out, we should be okay. I think maybe, yeah. All right, let's go again. Let's get that. We need to get Jessica and Cruz out. Maybe if we just add slap. I don't know if we just slap Lappy alter in the middle and just have a deal with the non-moving targets. You know what I mean? We do just need a lot of range here, don't we? So we've been clicking as well. No, she doesn't. She doesn't prioritize. What about bringing Arknights in as well, maybe? I'm going to keep Lappy because of the silence. I don't know if those spiders only stop to the bottom. Could we get away with losing Mountain maybe as a lane holder and just bring in another range unit potentially? Maybe even get away with dropping Ascalon in and maybe just going for another range unit, you know what I mean?
Just give your orders and I'll carry them out.
Well, like, Arknight's probably going to get bodied. I know she's not going to prioritize, but she can help deal with, though, right? Maybe if we've been clicking, but I'm like... We'll drop Point Cone maybe in this situation, right? What about Bro? Bro's got a wide range, right? He could deal with a lot of stuff going on there, couldn't he? We could put him at the front and he could start dealing with it before the move, yeah. Wait, Tota? We have, yeah, Tota, yeah, Shiryuki as well, yeah. I'm thinking Tota for, like, before they start moving, yeah, when they're here. Place Tota here. He's going to be able to target these guys over here, right? We could use gravel to bait the drones as well. But I'm thinking, like, let's just try and kill them first. Why don't we bring Tota in? Maybe I might switch out Point Cone for Tota. I love Point Cone and I hate removing that, but I'm just thinking We can get Broing to maybe like start just dealing with them right away, yeah.
Lots of friends here.
Get those healers in and hopefully we should be good, maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Ducklord as well. Like, get him in here and he's gonna what? Be able to target them here, yeah.
I'm here to help.
I don't really know what Pinecone's gonna be doing for us at the minute.
I won't sleep on the job.
You know?
Take aim. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
I see clouds right.
Take aim.
Fuck. We need it. Shit, we should have dropped him back. Should we have dropped him back a bit there? It's not in the range. I thought we would have had the range there. Alright, start again. Start again, because that was a misplaced, man.
Now is not the time for despair.
Too close to the
we must
what's it.
withdraw immediately.
What's the range on like getting hit like hard by those You wanna drop Bro back to here maybe? Have him sit back. Because the crossover is giving us a bit of a problem there.
Let's go.
He's getting it twice, isn't he, really? Yeah, we'll drop Bro there then, yeah.
I'm here to help. I won't sleep on the job.
We'll be alright from getting hit hard by these then if we drop, we'll just get slowed, yeah.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Like, Bro, here, yeah?
Here I am.
Our best bet, right? We shouldn't get... Actually, we'll get hit by this slow, right? We'll get hit by this slow, but at least it's just the one, right?
Big dummies, bring it on.
Just have to eat some of these slows, right?
You'll pay for that.
Nice, nice, nice.
Whew. We're counting on you again today, little apple. Solid positioning. Not one step backward.
Foggy today. I see you.
Shit, man, she got hit by the AoE, yeah. Am I okay? Am they gonna get hit straight frozen there? Like, what's the, like, that freeze range like on them?
Doctor, come on, show me what you've got.
Those fucking spiders are coming up the top as well, yeah.
Roger. Program hidden mode enabled.
Right, Amir saved us. Right, these ones, there's a lot of moving parts here, man. A lot of moving parts.
Your weapons are right at your fingertips. Why wait?
Here I am.
This show hasn't started. What are you waiting for? The curtains are about to fall.
Fuck. Okay, alright, yeah, we need to start again. We need to start again.
Bravo. Now I want
Need to
crush
start
them
again.
that much harder.
Funny, you also put Amir there. Yeah, maybe we like go with like, I don't know, because we didn't need to prioritize. I was thinking maybe like Chuck Cruz there, maybe. How can we combat that cold? I guess, like, we really need to, like, we probably are going to have a fast redeploy, right? Can we lose Jessica and bring in a fast redeploy, maybe? Is that bomb that's froze us there, yeah? Was that what it was? Chucking gravel, maybe? Where is she? Actually, we probably would have been better off keeping her. Yeah. Did I build Whisperer? No. What you did was put a medic far forward to bait. What you put a medic there just so they could like self heal or something? Red. So they could like soldier it or something. So, like, in regards to, like, these freezing you, if I'm, like, one tile off them, I'm okay to drop units one tile off them, right? Just, like, the actual range. That's true. I need to see. I need to see for myself. But I'm thinking, yeah, we can maybe, would you reckon baiting with as a medic for them that they tank? Oh, okay.
Let's go. Good scenery here, Doctor. I'm listening. There you are. Whew, almost
a big
as we're
figure there,
counting on
looking
you again
awful.
today, little apple.
I see foul taking off.
Hey, aim. Hey, dummies, bring it on.
I'm gonna try and pay attention to these now. Do these come one by one? Yeah, I was thinking Phantom. I'm just thinking the cost. Might have I wasted that really. I didn't need to do that.
Ooh, hope you're all
It
right,
was a waste of
guys.
cash. It was a waste of cash. Alright, we'll leave it out anyway now for a bit.
Target marked. Here I am.
Fuck, man. I need to get a healer out earlier, don't I, man? I really do.
Your weapons are
Yeah,
right
this is
at
terrible
your
placement, yeah.
fingertips. Why wait?
Activating arch unit.
I didn't even get gravel out either. What's the range on these things though as well?
Gather up, my rats.
Okay, so obviously I've got to figure out what their range is then.
Sorry, Doctor. Target's out of range. I can't hit them.
Where are they? Can launch a warhead to deal AoE dart damage and apply a cold effect to targets. What if you could get away with like maybe like slowing them? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Maybe switching up Vanguard, maybe like bringing out Fang or something. Yo, what's going on, Aki? Yeah, I need to look at where I need to have a little look at them when we're in stage to see how they operate, because obviously chucking gravel down there did not work. Did not work. We might need to switch the team up a little bit here.
Direct memory access for application map.
Like, can we even deal with that one down the middle? Do we just have to suck that up? Do we just have to suck that up? Just use Wishadel. Do we just have to suck that one up?
I'm listening.
No, my guy in the middle.
Here I am.
Can I not click on them to see their actual what's it?
I have to get serious now.
I see Cloud.
There you are.
So gonna.
Here I am.
Okay, so we'll be alright baiting these two, yeah, but I don't know what we do about this one. We have to just tank it. Try and destroy it. It's the bottom one that moves first, yeah.
There you are. Get around it, guys. Show you a good spot.
So sweet.
Target marked.
Great luck. Stop moving.
No need to cover up. If secrets go public, then everybody's in the game.
Here I am. Initiation. Initiating healing process.
Oh, okay. We're okay. No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. The follow-up, bro. The follow-up.
You really think you'll get away? Any orders from me? Ooh, almost. I have to get serious now.
That middle one was causing us some problems, yeah. If we go for that, at least we can cover across. We're not going to be able to. Ah, it's a bad move, wasn't it? We should have put a face in that way, man. Fuck.
Just try me.
Yeah, the Amir play wasn't the one, man. I should have just put Amir face in that way, yeah.
I'm fine.
She would have dealt with it then. I was just thinking, like, we can cover the bottom as well, you know what I mean? I'm thinking I might just get Perfumer out here because at the minute, Tiapple Sauce ain't really getting out the damage that I think we need for the heals, yeah. She goes off her, her attack, yeah, or her hit, should I say. I think we might need more shooters. I think we might.
Do be careful,
I need more bullets. I need more bullets.
I'm here to help.
And I really probably should, like, get somebody who's going to just prioritize aerials, yeah. Like, my natural sucks all, you know what I mean?
I won't sleep on the job. Take aim. Ooh, almost dozed off. I have to get serious now.
Solid positioning.
Yeah, it is that natural, yeah, who uses a bow as well, crossbow, yeah? I think it is anyway. Where's that supply, man, honestly?
Ooh, I have to get serious now.
That's too late.
You really think you'll get
Fuck.
away?
I hesitated. It was a bad move. It was a bad move, chat. Panic, chat. Chat, panicked.
Your weapons are right at your
Yeah, we need more shooters, yeah. We definitely need more
Why?
shooters, man. You're right. We definitely do.
There you are.
We do need more shooters. Shit.
Foggy today.
Yep.
Bad luck.
Yep. Yep. Yep, we're cooked. We're cooked. Terrible deployment. Terrible control here. Hesitation.
I am your shadow.
Hesitation. Nice. We're still there. We're still there. We're still alive. We're very cold, but we're still alive.
There you are.
Oh, that's slow, man. It's rough. Fuck, dude. I'm getting hammered from all angles here.
Concentrate.
These fucking casters as well, bro.
That's fine with me.
Fuck. We do be fucked. We do be fucked. Alright, we need maybe just get a few more aerial units. I think we just need to concentrate on aerial shit, yeah. Just get some aerial shit and get gravel in there, maybe. Alright, let's... I think we can get rid of mountain. We're not really using him at the minute. Let's drop mountain for the time being. Let's bring in... Should we get Shiryuki in?
Where's the rally point?
Let's drop your girl. Should be able to still do some
Understood.
damage, right?
I'll focus on support.
Should be able to still do some damage, yeah? Get that skill leveled up a little bit. Oh, actually, I thought I got Jessica in the squad. Yeah, let's switch him out for Jessica, actually. Back off, bro. It's a trap. It's a trap. She's trying to trap me again. Where's she at? I've lost her. There she is. Should we go with Jessica instead? Lappy S2. Yeah, Adnatchil's not the what's, and he's a trapper as well, so fuck him. He'll never forgive that. I'm thinking maybe we could drop Askelon here as well, you know? She might be useful to get a little bit of damage in, but I'm just thinking... Actually, she targets aerial units as well, yeah? Doesn't she? So maybe actually she might be good. She gets aerial units in with her, attacks, right? Yo, Ken, what's up, dude? Some more e2less behavior. Gravel S2. Well, I mean, we don't really need to worry about that. We just needed to tank the shot and then get her off, don't we? You know what I mean? Somebody else said change Lappy to S1 earlier. I don't know why I followed that. You met Lappy Altar? True. We could maybe go for the S2 on Lappy Ultra as well, couldn't we? Ascalon's bad in this stage. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I was thinking she does hit aerial targets as well, doesn't she? Yeah, a good portion of them now. I've got the skills up to level 7. Oh, I haven't done cruises, man. What am I doing? What am I doing? Cruises all right though. We'll do that in a minute. But yeah, I think I've done it for most of them now. Yeah, 7. Maybe not Tot out now. 7. Yeah, a good portion of them now. Maybe not Jessica as well. Yeah, Jessica we haven't. Alright, let's try this then. A few more range units and see how we go. And then just maybe use Lappy to... should we try and run S2 and see if she can get a...
the wilds?
Just randomly hitting shit up.
The cities?
I was thinking the first skill for when the drones aren't moving, but it's not that our issue, is it really?
I'll come with you. I'm here to help.
I'm gonna put her a little bit deeper. I'm gonna put her a little bit deeper.
I'm listening.
Might make it a little bit harder for that early DP though, having her a little bit deeper actually, hadn't he? We need to get Lappy in before we can really do shit.
We're counting on you again today, little apple. There you are. Hey, dummies, bring it on. All right. I'll show them what I can do.
This is on showing 18 like, yo, YouTube sucks for that shit, man. Dude's watching you guys. Look at these bitch asses here, man. Not even liking the stream. Disgusting.
We're counting on you again today, little apple. There you are. So this is a battlefield. Sure you're a good spot. Any orders for me?
I see Foul taking off.
You'll pay for that.
You'll have to try harder than that.
Doctor!
Common YTL, for real.
Understood.
Oh, you dirtbag, I was too slow. Fuck you, bro.
Great luck. Got a tailwind today.
Ready.
I am your shadow.
Great luck. I see you.
Yep. Too slow again. Wasted that. Wasted that. I know why I did that. Let's leave her off so we can get her in quickly.
Hey, I have to get serious now.
Come on, Jessica. Shit, I ain't gonna have time of mine. Should we throw Rascal on him?
Focus elsewhere.
Oh my god.
There you are.
They only remember my blade.
Freeze!
You know if Shiryuki's there, right, yeah. Can she bait all 3 bombs? And like just back it up with a healer? Can you do that? Like will she take all 3 bombs?
There you are. This is the place.
Come on,
Well, yeah, obviously if she lives like, but she can... okay, alright.
show them what I can do. I have to get serious now. I'm here. I won't back down. You'll pay for that.
Tell me, what's your plan? Your weapons are right at your fingertips. Why wait? Look, Zaro. See the game we humans are born playing?
Support incoming. Freeze!
Oh, you bitch! Maybe I need to go. Maybe I need to go deeper then, yeah. Maybe I need to go deeper.
Sorry.
Look at these stats, you know. Oh shit. Okay. All right. I've got a plan. I think I have a plan. I think I have a plan.
Stay focused. Look straight ahead.
I think I have a plan.
I'm here to help. I won't sleep on the job.
I mean, let's just return light to the 3-story.
There you are.
Now we're just gonna we do it now. Watch. 3-star now. We'll 3-star it now, chat. We're gonna do it. Watch. 3-star it.
I have to get serious
Okay.
now.
Alright,
Alright.
we've got Jessica deeper. Shit.
There you are.
Yeah, we're good.
Hey, dummies, bring it on! Not one step backward.
Okay. Alright. Go on, Lappy.
So this is a battlefield. Whew. We're counting on you again today, little apple. You really think you'll get away?
Understood. Come on, Cherry Quasi Tesoro.
Oof. Okay.
I'll
Oof.
show them what I can do.
She could just be a bomb baiter anyway, can't she?
I'm here.
I see Fowl taking off. Probable ambush in the grass.
I'll show them what I can do.
Might not have been a good idea. What? I probably shouldn't have put him right behind, should I? Yeah.
Yes? Stay calm, my friend. Oh, gather around me, guys. Here I am.
No need to cover up. If secrets go public, then everybody's in the game.
There you are.
You got no DP at the minute, though.
Come on, Cherry Quasi Tesoro.
Not one step backward.
Great luck. Got a tailwind today.
There you are.
What are you waiting for? The curtains are about
Panic
to fall.
placements.
Ready. 7.
Doctor, this is my playground. You'll pay for that.
I think we would have been better off having Totter a little bit further back, right? You know what I mean? See, he takes the cold off that as well, doesn't he? Which is a bit of a bitch.
The show hasn't started, and this place is already such a rush.
That's fine with me. Here I am.
Shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I didn't need to do that. I didn't need to do that. Oh well. Hopefully we can save it. Hopefully we can save it.
Freeze!
Okay, okay. Alright.
Foggy today.
No good, no good, no good, no good.
Support incoming. Yo.
Oh shit, they're gonna get through, yeah, they're gonna get through. No, 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 no. No, 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 come on, come on, come on. Fuck yes. Just these two left now, yeah.
Show me what you got there.
I got this. Focus elsewhere.
Hey. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Some some like iffy placements, some panic placements, but you know, I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. Shit. Okay. The Yetis. I feel so bad for them all to die in Lungman like that. One less hope. One less legend for the infected. Move it. The LGD are on the way. GG, first try. Facts, true. Anybody tuning in? First try. Never done that before. E1, first try, by the way. I know. There's something not quite right about your eyes. To be honest, I always thought you were a spy for Lungman. How about now? No one will believe it anyway. A real spy would kill you to keep quiet. I'm not worried about you killing me. Look at the state of Lungman. Even if you were a Lungmanite, you can't go back. You'd have an even worse time than we did. So, I'm not really anything anymore. What are you doing? Wow, is that a flower? Ooh, is this your art? It's pretty. Someone has to leave them a token of respect. Such dilly-dallying, such a waste of time. I think it was well done. I can give top marks for wiping out the entire reunion movement in the city of Lungman in a single day. Wei Yenwu is impressive. Taehi, have you heard that rumour? You speak of Wei Yenwu's history? Delve not into such things. Forgive me, but how do the skills of the Black Cloaks compare to those of the Imperial Guard? You overestimate them. They do indeed have some exceptional skill. Look out, you bastards! Infected? Lays. Hiss. Where? You don't really want to kill me, do you? You can use arts? I've always heard that men who use wires as weapons are literally all psychopaths. Indeed, they do say that. Infected do not interfere with official business. Take care that I lump you in with the others. Not much to be done about unidentified armed units getting killed on the battlefield, is there? We can likewise testify that you are acting in coordination with Reunion. You don't have the authority to investigate my partner. We are well aware of that a vessel belonging to an infected countermeasures specialist is docked in a Lungman berth. Superintendent Chen, this is the only reason Miss Blaze has not yet come to harm. Then how much more do you need to see? How much more must you test the people of this city with their very lives? Speak with respect. We're assessing Lungman's risk control capabilities due to the importance of which we regard you. Then forgive me, I'll rephrase. Are you enjoying this farce? Stand down, Blaze. We do not serve these fine, upstanding individuals, and they're not with the raincoats either. Apologies. Miss Blaze, I hope I did not cause you any displeasure. You're very polite, but your tone pisses me off. You have an ear for Yan speech? You inherited much from your father. Alas, now you are but an infected. Your path is rough and short. You... Come. Goodbye then, Miss Blaze. Superintendent Chen. Wait, what did you say about my dad? Stop. Blaze. Remember the mission. Right. Officer Chen. We found no trace of the enemy commander. Which we only know of Mephisto. Let Rhodes Island handle the rest. No need to rush into this. This campaign is all but over. He has to pay for the atrocities he committed. Then we'll leave it to you. Let's part ways for now. I have one more thing I need to see with my own eyes. Wait a minute. LGD lady. What is it? Thanks for that. Back there. That's all. Sure you too. Why did you have to pick that moment to act, Blaze? You're not the type to make mistakes at a time like this. For one thing, I was really mad. For another, I could tell that LGD lady Chen was getting mad too. I like Blaze. We also can't tell which of the two sides has the right to speak, excuse me. So I picked the one I like. Sorry, it won't happen again. No, Blaze, it's my turn to say it won't happen again. But I can't say that. I can't promise that. The Yetis. Silly rabbit. Hey, don't pat my head. I need to get taller. At least don't pat it too long. I know, I know. How do you feel? Can I help you? I was in the neighborhood. Your emotional state is fluctuating. It seems you had a deeper interaction with this reunion unit in the Chernobog ruins. As far as I can tell, the captain of this unit did not participate in the battle. That means Lungman won't keep chasing these infected. Rhodes Island has to do more. Lungman won't interfere with what happens next, and you can choose not to participate. But you will participate, whether the infected is codenamed Mephisto or Frostnova. Where are you going? I have my work cut out for me. Oh, and Doctor, don't look at me like that. Stop with the cloak and dagger. You and I don't need trust. You need the trust of Rhodes Island. Rhodes Island operators, not me. I know you too well to trust you, just like you never trusted me in the old days. The old days? Right. I misspoke. Forget it. Be careful in the next operation. Only the most dangerous commanders would train such a squad of infected who would fight to the death without flinching. Of course, it's up to you if you want to see it through to the end. And do conserve your energy. We might not have time to rest. The battle for Lungman is over. It's not that simple. At least, that's what I think. Doctor, from now on, it's up to you to decide if you will shoulder the burden of responsibility for Rhodes Island. Whether or not to be one of the worthy of the trust of a Rhodes Island operator. Ah, Frostnova, ma'am, you're awake. Take it easy. Let me help you. I'm fine. I'm not so fragile. Where are you going? You can't go back. And my brothers and sisters, you can't go back. It was for your sake that they... Don't insult my squad. They did look out for me. But it was for the infected that they gave their lives so bravely. They fought their last battle so that more of their people could live, not for the sake of any one person. Frostnova, ma'am? Enough with them, ma'am. Are you calling me that because I look weak to you? Sorry. It's just they put you in our care like this. And now they're gone, and I never got to keep my promises to them. I don't even have a chance to make amends. Frostnova. The one slumped at the wall there. Fisto? He's still unconscious. We don't know he's been like that the whole time. He says nothing, does nothing. Take him back. It's enough. Understood. I thought you'd... I'd what? I thought you'd kill him. There's no need for that anymore. I think I know what happened outside the slums. That disheartened look in his eyes. Oh? And from time to time, I recall that day, 3 or 4 years ago, when he tried his very hardest to sing. He can sing? But Faust said his throat... He really tried. Just like all of us infected, that we will someday succumb to erypathy. We still try our very hardest to live. Let the rest of his life continue to punish him. Tell me, Phantom Crossbowman, was Rhodes Island involved in that fight? Do you mean... No, as far as I know, they didn't fight the Yetis. So childish. Are you sure you want to stay? They may not come after us, Frostnova. You don't have to die here. I met a few people in the ruins. I want to see them again. I promised them, actually. And I know they're coming. Frostnova. Go on, brother. Reunion lost this battle. And just maybe, Reunion did wrong. But you haven't. You still have a choice. You can do better. Go on, and don't look back.
Medical team, please take tissue samples from the
Alright, yo!
We
I'm
need
telling
to
you,
see the
man.
composition of the infection in
The
this
antagonists in this game are written quite well. I like it. You know, there's a little bit more nuance to them, right? They actually feel like real people. I got to give them props to it for that. You know, there's a lot of characters in the game. Like, even Mephisto, you know what I mean? Dude's a little wanker. But, like, you know, they hit you with those backstories, and you're like, damn, man. Bro is a massive dickhead. But I kind of get it, right? Kind of get it. Hyperglazing once more. Hey, you know me. I try and speak facts as much as possible, man. And it's just the truth, man. It's just the truth. Straight up truth. They cook with it. Man, it's only R4 already. I yapped far too much today again. Yo, Pigs, I don't know why, but I can't join your Discord server. Somehow it keeps saying it doesn't accept invites. So I can't wait for him to get to chapter 10. Yeah, we're gonna, like, tomorrow, the plan is tomorrow to, because Phantom X comes out tomorrow, so we'll probably play Phantom X in the evening. The plan is tomorrow to just bash the game tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to do any reacting or any yapping, and we're just going to jump straight into the game. So it'll purely just be a game stream tomorrow. Because I think I'm good for videos and that tomorrow. So we could just bash into the story tomorrow now. I want to get through a few stages. We'll keep you to that promise. Nah, I do, because obviously it's like 1:30 now. I can't even do any more at the minute. You know? I can't even do any more at the minute. So I will have to love you and leave you. But tomorrow, no yapping, doubt. Tomorrow I will. How many stages are left? Well, if we get live at 12:30 normal time, that gives me what? 4 hours? 4 hours? I think we should be able to, yeah, unless we really get stuck on some stages. And a single chance you beat chapter 7 and 8 with E1. Yes, I do plan to stream later, yeah, Ducklord. I want to check out, I plan to play a little bit Do It Night Abyss again, and I need to check out that Mongol Star Drive as well. 3 stages left. Or 5 including the epilogue. There's like 4 left. Do play the museum today since it'll end today. Enjoy it. Refer to your previous 2 comments. 3 stages left. Mentioned earlier, this is Tory Star saying he's welcome. Yo, thanks for the sub. I think I can be technically called not grifting the game right now because Polyvision ends next reset. Yeah, I don't know why. Hold up, dude. Let me get a fresh invite for you, yeah? Just turn off streamer mode a second. I don't know why it's saying that. I haven't changed anything in Discord. You should be able. You should be able to join. Odd. Generate a whole new link, actually. Try that, dude. Yes, I have, Blue, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, give me a second here, dude. Let me try and invite you. Still doesn't work. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, alright, I'll try and get you invited this second, dude, because I ain't got you on my friends either, have I? So I need to, there is a way, ain't there, with Discord now, when you ain't sharing a server and you ain't got someone as a friend. To find them, yeah. I don't use Discord that much, so I ain't 100% sure how to do that when you ain't sharing a server. I'll do it in a second anyway. I've got your name in the bar so I can get you up. Alright, guys, I'm going to have to call it there. I've got to go get Rosie. Tomorrow, we are going to concentrate on the game, okay? We're going to bash some stages. We're going to get through some stuff. Hopefully clear the entirety of this chapter as well then. And, yeah. Phantom X drops tomorrow. So we'll play that of the evening. We'll do this of the day and we'll play Phantom X of the evening. If you want to come check out Persona 5 Phantom X gacha game launches tomorrow. You can preload the game right now, guys. You can preload the game right now. It's on Steam as well. So, yeah, I will catch you all a little bit later for some more DNA and Mongol Star Drive. Appreciate you stopping by, guys. Thank you very much. If you haven't already, drop a like on the stream. Check out the video we uploaded earlier on as well. Let me know what you think, and I'll see you all later. Get off.